Well, welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. I've moderated quite a few meetings and organized quite a few meetings, and of all the meetings in my life that I can think of, I think this may be possibly one of the more consequential. So what we're going to be able to create today together. So I thought what we would do is start with our folks online and have them introduce themselves, and this is what I'd like you to do. Just, your name, what do you do, and then what are you here for? What do you want out of this meeting? And then some kind of a vision of what you'd like to create. What is your picture of what we might be able to create out of this, in short? But, take your time, but short. Okay, so let's jump on, and I will sit down here and we can just go around. We'll start on the screen, and then we'll start from this side of the room and go forward. And I'll introduce myself first and our facilitator. I'm Bob Ferguson, and I am here by the authority vested in me by me. Had a thought 3 years ago, what we really need to do is create a food web, because I read Ken Meter's book, and I said, that's what we want to do. Barb here has been working away, and we've been working away at the Sustainable Living Coalition, and there's been a lot of activity in this county over time. So I said, why not expand the idea out? Why not expand it to a Southeast Iowa regional effort? And so that's why I'm here. I want to see this thing happen. So, and then Ron, I'll have him introduce himself more thoroughly later on. I know a lot about this guy, but like 3 weeks ago, I was at a conference in Chicago, and I heard Ron start to talk, and I said, that's the guy I'm going to append myself to for 2 days. And then I said, you wouldn't be interested in coming to Fairfield, would you? No. To facilitate in December, would you? And he said December. He said, is that December next year? No, I said December this year. He goes, well, yeah. So he's here, and we're going to hear a lot about from him. But thank you. How about a round of applause for him? I'll have him, he's going to introduce him especially because he came over with Ron. He and Ron are partners in a farm business, and we'll let them explain more. So anyway, so let's start. Hey, Savannah. Let's start on screen, and I will just call on people so no one has to worry about when they're going to talk. So Teresa Greenfield, why don't we start with you?
Good morning, everyone. And Bob, thank you for the invitation to join today. I'm Teresa Greenfield. I am currently the State Director for USDA Rural Development. And I'm here on behalf of USDA. One of the things I'm really proud of as part of this administration's work has been our investment into local food supply chains, local food systems. And on a personal level, I grew up on a really small farm where my 86-year-old dad still lives. And he lives in an area that's a food desert. And so I'm personally and professionally very interested in how we can build this type of a food aggregation system. And I'm hoping that the success here in the Fairfield and Southeast Iowa area can be a template that I and others can take not only across Iowa, but across the country to really increase access to local, healthy, and nutritious food. So I'll put my contact information in the chat, and I'm looking forward to a great day. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Teresa. So Savannah, we'll go in order on the screen. Savannah, how about you next?
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I'm Savannah Lahr. I'm the Business Viability Manager at Practical Farmers of Iowa. Sorry, I just got my hair cut, so I'm doing that a lot. Thank you. I guess I'm here just to kind of make sure that that PFI stays in the loop on what's going on, because we have a lot of farmers that are interested in being a part of this food web, and yeah. So is that good? Is that enough?
That's good. And you moved all the way from North Carolina to come and be with us here in PFI, right?
Yep. yeah, excited to be here and in the snow. It's great.
Okay, so John DeTay. See if he is there. There you are.
I got my hair cut too, so I'm doing all right.
I don't know, you should talk to that barber. You're a little enthusiastic there.
Hi, Bob and everyone. Thanks for convening the call and the meeting. I'm also really excited about what we're doing there. I live in Davenport, just got back from DC last night and was too lazy to get in the car and drive down. I work at Hy-Vee. I'm a full-time employee at Hy-Vee here in Davenport, but I'm joining the call today because I inherited my great grandparents' farm just off the Salina Road in Fairfield, and been working with my farmer who's been farming the land for us for 50 years, trying to gradually transition the farm into something other than corn and soybeans. So I watched the video between Ron and Bob last night and got really excited and looking forward to learning and listening and moving forward. Thanks again.
Thank you, John. Gil Gillespie.
Hi, Gil Gillespie. I live in Lake, Southwest Iowa, a microscale farm operator and retired sociologist with an interest in agriculture, food systems, and community development. And I think this is an opportunity for developing an important part of a more localized food system. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens today.
And I'll brag on you a little bit, Gil. Gil is one of the writers in the Farm and Food Priority Group for the Iowa Food Coalition, Setting the Table for All Iowans Plant. And I had the privilege of working with Gil on that. And I can assure you, on a lot of these things, he's forgotten more than a lot of people will ever know. So it's really great having you as a resource, Gil. Thank you for being here. And thank you all.
Can you turn on closed caption?
Turn on, I bet I can,
bottom.
okay, yeah,
Show captions.
okay, show captions, good. All right. Okay, great, okay, so, Troy, you're the furthest east.
Stuffed my mouth.
Yeah.
Troy Van Beek, the CEO and co-founder of Ideal Energy. We're a solar design and installation firm that we're founded right here in Fairfield. I'm co-founded with my wife, my better half, so just so you know. We've been in business for 15 years, been putting solar up throughout the nation really, but mainly right here in the Midwest. We do commercial, we don't do residential, we do utility scale and government contracting. And yeah, we've got a satellite office in Des Moines as well, co-located with Hy-Vee, one of the large engineering firms here in the nation. And my interest in this is community support. And also, we have a lot of square footage. I own both this building and the one across the street. So I've got probably 80,000 square feet of space here. And I just, Bob knows that, I bought this building and it's available. So if there are needs like that, then, we can do a little walk around and show you what we have. There's a lot of square footage here. So I want to be of service to the community.
And I think we ought to give Troy a round of applause.
Yeah.
Okay, we got the buyer's table here. Who wants to go?
Kyle Obringer, I'm with Hy-Vee out of the corporate office, and within my role, I'm involved with food protection, compliance, and really when it comes to Hy-Vee in the supply chain side of things is kind of where I focus a lot of my efforts. But as a company, we have a mission to make lives easier, healthier, and happier, right? So this just really aligns with that mission. And I think we have hopefully a reputation that all of you know is really involved with community and local. So with our Hy-Vee homegrown program, you know, I was able to be a part of the meeting that we had here last in Southeast Iowa, and it was you know, it's a neat opportunity that I think Hy-Vee needs to somehow be a part of. So with that, you know, excited to hear what potential you know, opportunities are out there today that we can discover. So.
Brent Addison, I'm Director of Sales and Marketing for Capital City Fruit in Des Moines, been there 9 years. We are a wholesaler repacker and also are heavy into local grown. We have about 45 to 50 local family farms that we partner with throughout the Midwest and the 5 states touching the state of Iowa. And we supply customers like Hy-Vee. We deliver direct to the warehouse. We don't deliver to the stores directly. It's all to their distribution center in Sheridan, and we're there several days a week. We helped found the homegrown program several years ago with an individual that's now retired at Hy-Vee, Mike Orff. And so we're very familiar with working with smaller family farms from an acre to, you know, 600 acres we have. So our interest is in partnering with the community primarily. There's another individual, John, who was supposed to be here, who was at the last meeting that if you were there. He has some medical issues with his mom, and then he turned up sick, and I didn't want to be in a car with him today. So he's not coming. But we want to see how we can help. We invited Bob and his team out, and they came to tour our facility to see the kind of scale we're talking about. There seems to be a possibility for some interest there, and that's why I'm here today, to see how we can help. So.
Thank you, Brent. Okay, Carol?
Yeah, I'm Carol Reichard. I'm from Des Moines. I'm a farmland owner with my sisters. We own 6 farms that I help manage from northern Missouri to northern Iowa. And and we've transitioned a lot of them, one to full organic, and some of the pasture farms to more regenerative practices with our tenants. And we have one farm right in the metro area that's being developed commercially. And my sister and I weren't real excited about that, but we were like, what can we do differently? Is there a way to do, we coined it a commercial conservation community. So that's how I first met Bob, was at a charrette with RBG years ago as we were visioning. It's also how I met Ron Dutch when he was working with another group that we had hired to help us with visioning implementation. Then I hired Ron and have worked with Ron for several years on our other farms. Realized again that both of these men were super brilliant and great to work with. So we've had a really great success with the work with Ron, and you guys are going to be excited to work with them as well. Also on the board of the Iowa Natural Heritage Foundation, we have a strong connection with Fairfield. I think our first trail program was here in Fairfield. Ed Malloy used to be on our advisory council, so we have board meetings down here. So it's a great community. More recently, I'm on a new not-for-profit that started 12 months ago, formally, and I got involved about 8 months ago, and it's called Triada, and it's kind of the confluence of regenerative, organic agriculture, both data collection, testing, implementation, training, education, and then there's the health component of Triada. We are doing health studies, just finished actually yesterday, our first health study with an autistic population in conjunction with Purdue. So we're excited to do data analytics on that as it relates to eating a clean food, organic, clean water, and multivitamin, how it affects the physiology. I am not a scientist, I do not in charge of that, but what these guys are saying, I'm like, what, are you kidding me? It's like mRNA level, and it's labs across the country, and it's been, hopefully that will be a model that we can do with other diseases and health conditions as well. The third component of Triada is trying to source and possibly distribute with a couple other partners and other people clean, healthy food, and working with farmers. And so I'm super excited about local food systems and what you guys are doing down here. And hopefully it will be a model that can be replicated around the state and beyond. So it's And I was the one that got to connect Bob and Ron, so that's
Yeah,
that's my biggest.
I was gonna say.
my biggest-
We talk fairly frequently with Carol, and she said, you know, we're gonna be doing this meeting with Triata in Chicago. Do you think you could come? And I go, I'll clear my book. And so it was only because of her that we got Ron and we got everyone together. So again, another round of applause for Carol. Thank you.
My biggest gift is just that I know really smart people. I just have to convince them. It's not me.
Okay, Dennis?
Pretty tough act to follow. My name's Dennis McLaughlin. I farm in northeast Madison County. And so I was up early doing cattle chores. Just wanted to be here to be supportive. Part of our farm is being converted to conservation easement with INHF. So that's been pretty exciting. I've followed the regenerative progress through the years. And that just seems like a way that we need to move our soil and our health and our well-being. So, I think enough said. I just want to be here to be supportive in any way I can.
And there's some kind of relationship between you and Kyle?
Yeah, they tell me he's my son.
Great. How about that, Chris?
My name is Chris Johnson. I'm a Fairfield native. I have been involved in regenerative and organic agriculture for about 10 years. 7 of those was at MIU teaching organic and regenerative agriculture. I see 1 or 2 students in the room actually. And now I am on the family farm where I practice regenerative agriculture, doing adaptive multi-paddock grazing, rotational grazing with cattle and sheep.
Good. Thank you for being here, Chris. And
Faith Reeves, I'm the Sustainability Coordinator in Fairfield, and I have a deep interest in seeing Jefferson County produce more of its own food, supporting a more substantial local food system here in Jefferson County. And we have a wonderful food waste subcommittee on our Resilient Action Committee that we talk about this pretty in depth every 2 weeks. How do we do that? And then also personally, I am a soil nerd. I love soil related topics. I'm really interested in increasing the quality of the food supply overall, especially here in Fairfield. I'd love for Fairfield to be known for the quality of food we produce. I'd like that to be part of our brand.
yeah, great.
My name is Penny Vodzik. I'm Regional Director for Senator Grassley. I'm based in Davenport and cover all of Southeast Iowa. And I am just here to educate and learn from all of you. And I just think it's very, very exciting. I did grow up on a farm, still live on a farm. And my son is taking over running my dad's farm. So I've been involved with farming my whole life. So very anxious to get to know everybody and educate myself.
Come on, go give everyone a round. So, yeah.
I'm Gabrielle Hathaway. I'm a career farmer. I farm in multiple states and worked a lot with marketing as well. I'm not connected to any particular farm right now, but I'm just happy to be here.
Great, hey, great. Okay, Bob Riley.
I'm Bob Riley. I'm here because Bob told me to be here. I have a long history with him and a little bit with Fairfield, but primarily with various nonprofits having to do with conservation, whether it be the Nature Conservancy or White Rock Conservancy out in Coon Rapids. And I've been a fan of regenerative ag for 15 years or so, and tried to put together the cultivation or the regenerative corridor down here a few years ago, but got interrupted with some floods and fires and other things like that.
Pestilence, right.
Yeah, pestilence. So I'm just here to listen.
You run Feed Energy. He's a very adept business guy. So, good.
Mary Ellen Miller, I'm wearing several hats today. So I'm here primarily as president of the Iowa Nut Growers Association. We recently got a $70,000 grant, USDA grant, to buy a cracker and a laser sorter for hard nuts, and we're kind of shopping for a location for that. Quite frankly, I'm caught off my guard because when my colleague asked to apply for the grant, I just said, okay, thinking we wouldn't get it. So now I'm scrambling, so I need financing, okay. But this seemed like maybe a potential opportunity, but I also wear a hat as a board director for the Sustainable Iowa Land Trust. And so I think we're gonna have some of those folks join us. I am a silt farmer. I'm the first farm that silt got in southern Wayne County. I'm a transplant, but a lifelong farmer, farmland owner, and I love that phrase, soil nerd. I'm going to adopt that.
That's great, Marianne. Thank you very much for being. And Brianna. Brianna is here, so why don't we go over to you on the screen?
There's Brianna.
Oh, what are we doing? Introductions here?
Yeah, we just did. Who are you? What do you do? Why are you here? And what do you see? What's the vision for what you think we might be able to create?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for including me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today, and then my Zoom made me update this morning, but I'm happy that I finally made it on, and that we have some SILT people there in person representing. I'm Brianna Horsey. I'm the director of the Sustainable Iowa Land Trust. And Bob has included me in discussions of a regional food web vision since day one of coming on to SILT. And, you know, I was really inspired with that vision. And the reality of my last 2 years with SILT is that we can't be successful unless we create these regional food systems to support locally grown food where we live and work and where we're preserving farmland at. And so my participation in this is thinking about future generations 100 years from now and the stability of our food systems and how, SILT can take part in strategically protecting land in regions where we do have that support to support our farmers, because food farming is not easy, and without that support they can't be successful, and we're reliant on a system that doesn't work for us. So that is why I'm here.
Brianna, thank you very much for being here. Okay, on to Tony.
Tony Thompson. I wear a lot of different hats. I'm taking vacation from one of those hats, which is as a data scientist by day with Growers Edge. But as I put that lens on, we do crop warranties, and so we try to help growers adopt new practices and use new products. And so maybe there's potential down the road for that. My main role, well, another role is we operate Prudent Produce off of my family's Century Farm in northeast Polk County, so between Des Moines and Ames. And there we buy local food from about 100 producers and distribute that to 250 households in central and north central Iowa. We do that every week year round, so we're kind of the micro level in terms of, you heard earlier about working with farms from 1 to 600 acres. I work with farms from a quarter up to maybe 60 or 100 acres. And so we're really the micro, like the smallest viable level, I think. And then ran a CSA on that farm, on our farm 10 years ago. So had my hands in the soil a bit more and very much interested and supportive of the regen approach.
Great. Tommy, thank you for being here. Tommy.
I'm Tommy Hexter. I'm here for two separate reasons. The first is I'm the policy specialist with the Iowa Farmers Union. The Farmers Union is a group of about 1,100 farmers here in the state of Iowa, small to mid-sized farms. And working in policy with them is all about trying to find ways to make their farms more viable through policy. I think we're at a really exciting time right now nationally in the political scene with Make America Healthy Again, and also a lot of people coming together around the ideas that good food, clean water are important things for the future of our country. And so most of our farmers in the Farmers Union are looking for ways to transition their farms and land away from commodity production into other avenues of production. And so trying to find viable models for that for farmers of all scales The other reason I'm here is I run a food hub similar to Tony's. It's called Grinnell Farm to Table. And so again, working with those smaller end growers and trying to find ways, what's the next level up for farmers. So really glad to be here, and thanks, Bob, for hosting.
Well, thank you, Tommy, for being here. Jonathan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jonathan Lawrence. I work with Iowa Farmers Union as well as the Education Program Director. And I also work with E-Grader Des Moines as a value chain coordinator. So it's, really all about connecting farmers to different market opportunities and, just trying to be that connector, in the food system. So, yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And I dragged Jonathan into this world.
Good for you, Barb.
Barbara Stone, Southeast Iowa Food Hub here in Jefferson County. We started this, Bob and I started this many, many years ago, and Faith and Stuart and Dee. A lot of people in the room here were on the board and very supportive of that effort. We aggregated and distributed for a couple of years and found that the sales volume, by staying hyper-local, was not adequate. Our largest customer was the university, who requires organic and prefers regenerative organic. That went reasonably well. I won't go into the weeds on that, but those of you who know food systems know how challenging this work is. And so that was in late 2014, 2015, 2016 that we aggregated and distributed. And since that time, after the second year, I made the call to pause. I could see that the growth was not adequate in the second year. And I've been focusing on farm viability, local food coordination, and value chain work here and around the state. So I work with a lot of different organizations around the state, with Tony and the Food Advantages Working Group. I work in the Iowa Food Systems Coalition with Bob and many, many others. Gil, who's online, in the Education and Communication Group. And I would say that what I want out of this meeting and what I would like to see for the future in our area is really nailing down the farm viability component of this, because it is the most challenging part. And I envision more of a cooperative kind of farm structure that will bring together these many, many small farmers that Tony spoke about, shared equipment, shared resources, shared knowledge, and then the farmer training component of that, I feel, is really critical for success. Because if we don't have success, there's no way we're going to deliver produce to Kyle and Brett or anyone else in our community. So the farming component of this is my deep passion, my deep interest, that we're growing healthy, clean food, and that it's like that triple bottom line, that we're serving our people, our community, we're doing it in a very viable way, and that everyone's counting as a part of the system, including the environment.
Thank you, Barb. Tommy?
I think I better stand up, the owl isn't gonna see me. My name is Tom Brooks. I'm the Vice President of Operations of MIU, Marshall International University, which is a whopping 4 blocks from here. I oversee, one of the areas I oversee is the university's food service, and we are serving about 1,000 organic meals a day to our student, staff, and faculty. And we are committed to that, but we are having trouble finding more and more local food. And so I think that's our goal, is to transition more and more to not only organic, but local, regenerative organic. And we see this as the place to come and work with you to try to figure something out.
All right, thank you. Joe.
I'm on deck. Joe Ledger. I'm a native of Jefferson County, been here all my life, and I'm here to eternity because we have a plot out at Evergreen Cemetery.
There you
So
go,
I know
again,
where I'm
here,
at.
that's forever, right?
I farmed all my life. 3 years ago, I retired. I put in 49 crop years farming. Retired 3 years ago and started volunteering and getting on boards. And when I get up in the morning, one of the first things my wife asks me is, what time and what meeting today? And last fall, I was elected to the County Board of Supervisors here in the county, so I guess I'll be around for a while. And Bob invited me to come today, and so I decided to see what's going on. So thank you for the invite.
Thank you for being here, Joe.
Galen Satterley, I work for my family's e-commerce business, Breadtopia. We teach people how to bake, mill flour at home, and through online YouTube videos and customer service call-ins and kind of helping people with baking at home. We have our own flour mill, and the last several years we've been trying to connect with local farmers to grow wheat again in Iowa. And in that process, it's been a large learning curve for us because we realize that there's not any processing of grain in the area because we don't necessarily grow wheat. So in that, we keep looking for more processors, and now we're just becoming our own processor. So, you know, we've gotten a grain cleaner in the last year, and now I came up against, I needed a huller, so, because that was the next step. And so beyond that, we're gonna keep graduating our equipment and our processing so that we can buy locally and process the grains and then sell that to our customers and on the coasts. And in also doing that, we teach people how to use sourdough. During the pandemic, we were very fortunate. We were one, not many people were fortunate, but we were. And so we put our profits back into our building that is we call it the Collective, and it is a small food manufacturing incubator. And right now we've got 8 commercial kitchens and 4 different producers, kombucha, gluten-free bakery, and taco dreams, which you're gonna have for lunch, and the pastries, which you're maybe having this morning. So,
Yes.
and in doing that, we promote the building of these small businesses and hopefully help them graduate out of our facility into a larger facility and then move the next small business in. And in doing that, we ended up, because why not, just opening a bakery. And and so in opening the bakery, we specialize in sourdough because it's beneficial for your health, and as well as whole grains. And now we're trying to grow that business into a distribution, not just in our small town, but out into the greater local food markets. And that's what Michael's helping me, so here you go.
Anyway, a round of applause for Dylan.
Yeah, Galen, can you just, because it's like, it found you,
Nah,
but it found this guy's.
Nah, it's
okay.
You, yeah, the aloe is pretty clever, right?
Okay, I'm Michael Lesniak, I grew up here, and I came back, really in 2022. I grew up here and I spent half my life in Korea. And I came back in 2022 on a leave of absence, really trying to understand, you know, what is going on, because the environment seems to be getting worse and good healthy food seems to be harder to come by. And so I really want to see, like, how can I bring my experience to help the Midwest through Iowa. And I feel like, you know, Fairfield has had this really wonderful community as a nexus of good intentioned, really talented, and execution-focused people. So I thought this would be great. Good thing I'm from here. So I took a leave of absence last year, and just trying to take that for as long as possible, so I can help find ways to bring investment to this area, help companies, for example, coming out of incubators like Galen's, and then also bring in technology from East Asia, and then also try to find markets for food that can be grown here, other than, I think corn and soy too, but other than corn and soy. So like, how do we get, you know, additional, like how do we get markets for additional crops, right? If we need to have crop rotations, and wheat could be one of them, but lots of things are possible. And so, yeah, so I'm trying to do that, and that's me, I guess. So it's a little bit of accolades, so it sounds, I'm not just a guy wearing a Gucci scarf. So like I work, so I'm a leave of absence from the second largest conglomerate in Korea. In addition to technology, we have the second largest semiconductor manufacturer in the world. And we have massive logistics infrastructure company as well, called SK Networks. So we've done a lot of interesting things, and I've had exposure to lots of different markets. When we launched 5G, first in the world, I did several $100 million in business for IoT, AI, and mixed reality. And before taking a leave of absence, I helped launch the Global AI Alliance with Global Telco AI Alliance with SK Telecom, Deutsche Telekom, Singtel, and Docomo. So done a lot of interesting things, but how do we make this relevant to the local level? And then how do we take emerging technologies to help make everyone here successful? Things like training farmers would be a huge one, right? Lowering that barrier to entry so that people really know how to do these things, and we can get more people to do it. I mean, obviously there's lots of cool robotic startups out there, but we need farmers, not micro drones. Yeah, so anyway, so that's me. And I'm really excited to be here. I've been doing a lot of interesting stuff with Galen and with Bob, my partner in crime here, and hopefully we'll make some impact in the coming months and years. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Favorite son, return. Okay, so Steve, how about you?
I'm Steve McClaskey. Fairfield's been my home for 30, 40 years. I teach in the Regenerative Organic Agriculture program. I've been with MIU doing farming in one way or another for a long time. Worked with Chris on the Regenerative Organic Agriculture education program at MIU, training the next generation of farmers. Jonathan's one of our graduates.
Great. Well, thank you.
He feeds us every weekend. Yes. Farmer market.
Farmer market, yeah. Steve is one of our great assets in our area. Okay, so Dee, how about you?
DC and Quest. I wear a lot of different hats, and I have pretty much my whole professional life has been spent with food and nutrition in one capacity or another. I'm a retired Hy-Vee dietitian. Before I did that, I was in health and wellness and healthcare most of my career, in small to large hospital systems. Born here, lived away for a while, moved back in 2008, and we have a family farm. Chris is my nephew over there, and that's how I spend when we show up at the same meetings. So, it's fun to see what he's doing on the land that I grew up on. Literally, that's where I learned to drive a tractor. So, go way back. So I am a family farmer. My husband and I raise pigs for Nyman Ranch. So in that role, I'm a farmer ambassador. And it's one of my favorite things I get to do is go talk to chefs and tell them where food comes from. And it's so much fun when I go in there, they'll be like, oh, I have 2 minutes, because they're busy. Well, 20 minutes later, we're still talking about pigs. And so I have this little book I take with me of pictures of our pigs. And so they just start asking questions about that. So it's really fun being part of the Nyman Ranch network. It's like a big family. I also, the one thing I think I can help bring to this group, and it'd be is how consumers think. Because pretty much, as a registered dietitian previously, the barriers to why do people not just eat the food the farmers raise. You really have to drill down to that and see how it can become easier for them. So I always consider that as just because you grow it doesn't mean they'll eat it. So,
thank you for
I'm here
being
to
here.
be, and almost former county supervisor.
We got
Sorry.
That's a little family thing we have going on in the county here.
So now,
Right, there you go, there's the upside.
You're silver lining.
And she's helped me a lot.
Close, but so
Yeah.
far.
no, I'm trying to
Now you're training him, right?
Yeah.
educate him.
He's doing a good job of it.
All right, so Joe?
Hi, I'm Joe Klingelhutz. I live in Iowa City. I wear a couple hats as well. My primary hat today is working for the Sustainable Iowa Land Trust. I've been working for SILT for the last 6 years. I worked for them full-time between 2018 and 2022, and now I'm doing part-time work for them. I've helped with a couple land protection projects in the area, including the former Sustainable Living Coalition conservation easement, the Anderson Prairie Farm where Sarah and Jim Anderson, the late Jim Anderson lived, and then we also have a new farm near Ottumwa called the Nut Farm that we just got donated to us, so I've been part of those projects. But SILT has 16 farms across the state, totaling over 1,200 acres of protected land, either with conservation easements or land that has been donated to SILT. And I'm looking to do more work in the Fairfield area. We have money in a budget specifically for me to work with landowners in the Fairfield area and surrounding counties to protect land with conservation easements, and those conservation easements will necessitate the use of the land as sustainable food farms, so and lower the monetary value of the land, creating land access for beginning farmers. And what I hear from beginning farmers who are trying to grow food is land access is one of the primary issues and barriers for having a successful business, because land prices are just so incredibly high. So that is how we're using conservation easements and long-term leases to create unique opportunities for land access. I also work for the Practical Farmers of Iowa as a farmland access navigator under a beginning farmer and rancher development grant, working with the beginning farmers who are looking for land. And I'm also a farmer myself and I've been working on vegetable farms for the last 6 years and run a small beekeeping operation, so that's me.
Great job. Glad you're here. Beth?
No, there's another.
Hey, Nick, you're hiding back there.
Hidden back here. Hi guys, I'm Nick Campney. I have a small farm. We're trying to navigate from being a small farm into a mid-sized farm and grow specialty crops like garlic and butternut squash, Swiss chard, onions, things like that. That try to meet a place where we can grow at a fairly large scale without too much intense labor. So we're trying to find that medium spot, and we're trying to grow through it. So
What size is that when you say small and medium?
yeah, so right now we have 4 acres, and we have we put in a bunch of perennials, and we got sheep, and worked on this small scale, and it made a lot of tasty food, and it was really delicious. But you know, having 30-some different varieties that you tend to wasn't very. It was great for a home base, but it didn't really scale up. It didn't look like it was gonna scale up. If it was gonna scale up, it was gonna take like 6 of me. So, we've grown outside our fence line, and we were grazing outside our fence. We just put in, about 2/3 of an acre of garlic that's, on adjacent land, and we're working on buying 60 acres to put us into the range of where we'd like to be, with about 10 acres of vegetable produce that's rotating through on about 20 acres that would have cover crops on it and some animal to, really build that system in the soil health. And that's where we think there's like a financial viability to it, and it's just getting there. It's kind of a tough stage to grow through that. But we're close. And I think this is my personal passion, and this is that it's probably shared with all of you, is that there's something better we can be doing. Not that all of the landscape of Iowa is like being mismanaged, but there's ways to improve on what Iowa landscape looks like. And it improves our health and it improves our water quality. And this meeting here, to me, is like just a baby step. You know, this is not like a 1-year project. This is like, what does this look like in 10 to 25 years? And then we're like really talking, okay, and we're doing a little bit of work now, and we're all trying to like imagine something better, and then when we do it together, you know, we can do something greater.
Thank you, Nick.
I'm Beth Hoffman, and I'm gonna use the analogy of shoes. I wear many different pairs of shoes. Too many hats in the room. So I am a journalist and reporter by training. I wrote the book Bet the Farm, The Dollars and Cents of Growing Food in America. It's too long of a title. If you write a book, make your title. I write on Substack with the Iowa Writers Collaborative. I write In the Dirt. We also farm 570 acres closer to Albia, north of Albia. And we took that land, and it was corn and bean land, and now we are raising grass-finished beef, goats, some vegetables. We have an educational facility where we teach. My husband grew up on that farm, then went to culinary school and was a chef and a wine buyer and a butcher in San Francisco, so we teach culinary classes, we teach writing classes there. We have some new farmers that are working with us on our land because we're trying to get many more. We feel like the amount of land that we have the privilege to farm, it should not just be for us. So we have, actually Joe found us a great farmer that moved here from Colorado. He's interested in small grains. So he's been starting to do some of that. We have a team of African farmers who came and worked with us last year who will be back and hopefully growing, they want to grow some vegetables. I helped write the Iowa Food Systems Coalition, Setting the Table for All Iowans, and served there with the communications and education. I'm a board member at the Iowa Farmers Union. I consult with a AI group about farm education. It's supposed to be there. It's Numinac, the new almanac, to find information for farmers. I'm part of a beef study with the Bionutrient Institute. And like Faith said, I think that we have the potential here of growing not just the most, not being the state known for the most, but for the best. We have amazing soil, abundant water, and as California is on fire and dealing with droughts, somebody has to take the role of being the next food basket, not just the corn basket of the country. That could be us.
Oh, thank you, Beth. Thank you.
I'm Jeff Copel. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin, and my older sister and parents still farm about 500 cows up there. I went to school for biological systems engineering and got really interested in trying to make our lakes and streams blue again across the Midwest. And I was frustrated. I was working in an engineering company, and we could work on a couple farms at a time, putting in field, edge of field practices, right? And that would slow the water down, but it doesn't solve the problem. And then I read a book called Growing Revolution, and I learned about how cover crops plus no-till equals regenerative, plus a lot of other things, this whole system approach, but you can make the water infiltrate the soil and clean itself in the field, and then doesn't run off, right? And when we don't have floods, if you can do that. So anyway, about 15 years ago, I got really interested in that, and also nutrient-dense food. I don't know why, but I've been studying it ever since. And so my wife is from here originally, so 6 years ago we moved here and bought a farm. Been building a farm since then, so I'm farming about 40 acres of oats, soybeans, sunflowers, making chicken feed, having fun, and with the intent that I can learn about regenerative by doing it and then help other farmers transition, right? So, and also create a pathway for small farms to be profitable again. So then I've been hanging out with Bob and Faith and others at the CoLab downtown, and hence I'm here, but
And the reason I'm able to do all that is I work at John Deere, manage the software team, and we take all the software off our equipment and make it run in the cloud for dealers to use for support and training.
Great, thank you.
I'll stand up too so I can see the other side of the room. My name is Stuart Valentine, and hey Troy, we're sitting here in the Fairfield Glove Factory. We got demand for shoes and more hats.
And more hats. He's got mugs out there.
Primary manufacturing.
Hats right here.
Anyway, I'm woven into this community a lot through my nonprofit work with Sustainable Iowa Land Trust of Brianna and Joe and Mary Ellen, and also I chair the Sustainable Living Board, and Bob, of course, former executive director, is intimately involved with SLC's mission, which is enhancing local food systems. So here we are. We've been on that trajectory for almost a decade now. And it's just really fulfilling to see this room and Bob, your efforts in pulling that idea into action. So thank you very much. On the professional side, for 37 years, I've been in the financial services world. I've been financial planning, investment management, but leaning hard into the growing green economy. And the core elements of that economy are energy and agriculture. Boom. So my interest is trying to figure out how to organize the capital, financial capital, to come into viable businesses that support enhanced local food systems. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Sir, I'm gonna give you a round of applause. Whenever I need money. I said, Stuart.
Hey.
So if you need money, just say, "Dr. Stuart."
It's true,
We will figure out.
Yeah, we will. Charles.
Okay, I'll stand up too. I'm Charles Hy-Vee, and it's a pleasure to be here, part of this group. Born and raised in Wisconsin, right on the Illinois-Kenosha border. Now, unlike most of you in this room, I have been non-agri my whole professional career. I've been manufacturing, been aviation related. However, I inherited 2 farms, and it's been an honor for me to inherit those, but we're right on the I-94 corridor. So our primary corridor on I-94 is data centers, warehouse distribution, solar farms, and other non-agri uses of the land. We're in the 21st century, we've got to figure it out. These are essential investments. The 2 farms I own are called the secondary corridor they're sub 200 acres, but they're very high in environmental assets. So when I think of the farm, I think Remnant Prairie, Oak Savanna opening, wetland. I don't think corn, beans, and wheat. So with that background, when I talk to my land plant, my operators, I was just very frustrated. I had no idea how to communicate to those operators. They were conventionals. Thus, my investigation led me to Ron Dutch in 2017, 2018, and I've started a journey with him on how to be a better ambassador to talk to our farming operators. And so I think my role and what I want to take out of this is to be a better communicator and show other landowners how to be more integrated with their farm operators. My origin story, again, on the manufacturing, Granddad came here from Denmark during the century, worked in Kenosha at the National Automobile plant. He started as a tool and die maker, worked his way up to the plant superintendent position, and then during World War II, he was assigned by the War Production Board to go to Minneapolis and convert the Minneapolis-St. Paul Fairgrounds to produce hollow steel propellers. So if you think about all those interactions on how to change an economic system, in a sense, we're doing the same thing here. So I think our success is to think about our history and just come up with new inventive ways to collaborate. And there's always that competitive, it's a market-based economy, we've got to drive the price to a price point the customer accepts. But I think we're going to have some major discoveries along the way as we will uncover.
Well, thank you very much for being here. Round of applause for everyone for being here. the most very important person here.
So, I'm just here wearing one hat, and that is that I'm on the board of the Fairfield Farmers Market. And I'm just here to listen more than talk. Everyone else has a lot to say, and I'm just here to listen.
She does.
Deanna also works with Faith and myself and Jonathan. We're creating a food plan, a 10-year food plan, a local food plan for Jefferson County. So she's been very involved in that with us and a great contributor.
Is that a public document?
In the near future, it will be.
All right, well, we need a little bit of a break. Well, let's take a little 5-minute, just walk around, go to the bathroom, grab coffee, grab juice, and we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Just quick up and down. It's really an incredible honor and pleasure to have Ron with us. As I appended myself to him for those 2 days, and we sat at dinner, and I asked him theoretical questions about, okay, we got these guys, it looks like they might be able to supply something, can we actually do this? He said, of course we can do it. In fact, there is a big and growing market for exactly what we're trying to do. So Ron, I'm gonna let you self-introduce, and then for 2 hours, we're gonna look at have a presentation, but this is very participatory, right? Not a classroom, it's a discussion. And then, as you saw from the agenda, we will have this discussion and then have lunch. We'll probably, as part of lunch, tour the facilities here, see what's possible up and down in this building. And then we will reconvene and start refining ideas, and then before we leave, we'll have some action steps to take. What are we gonna do following up with this? And I will make sure that we'll be on that, right? So Ron, Dutch, thank you very much for being here. Well, I'm honored by the opportunity to come and speak to you folks. When Bob approached me, he was so enthusiastic and so excited. It's like we've put everything together for Fairfield to be on the map as a local food supplier of the world. And he was very passionate, you know. And I said, so what are you missing? And he said, well, we got everything. We got the buyers, we got the warehouse, we got everything. We just don't have the farmers. So, I got a few messages here today. Of the discussion we've already had, there's multiple things that have come up, and I left a lot of things behind, so I won't have sides on a lot of different topics. I'm gonna try to stay on topic, and that basically is, you know, how are we going to craft a vision, intergenerational, for the future, growing produce and other crops on Iowa farms that are economically viable and environmentally acceptable and socially acceptable. So, you know, I want to talk about first about why hasn't a local food system reemerged. When I grew up on a dairy farm in northern Illinois, when it comes silo fill in time, boys didn't go to school. You helped on the farm. You helped through corn harvest. I didn't like school. Didn't like milking those cows the time I got to be 18. It was a motivation for me to go to college. So I went to college and then went right back into agriculture. So in 2011, Jim Patchett and I formed Solutions in the Land, a for-profit consulting company to do whole system farm plans. So the food and farming systems that we've been talking about here today is really just one system. In 1937, Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, "A nation that destroys its soil destroys itself." So if we look at chronic illnesses today that affect 2/3 of our population, we're that sick as a society, our soil must be sick. And I'm gonna show you a few slides today that will show you that indeed our soil is sick. A little bit more of my background. Since leaving Atoshu, which was a Japanese international trading company, where back in the 90s, we started writing programs to connect the farmer to the end user. I introduced a project called Reintroduction of Oats for Profit in the Environment in a Corn and Soy Rotation. We did that in conjunction with the Practical Farmers of Iowa. We had Quaker Oats to tell us they would buy all the oats we could produce in the project for $2 a bushel, which at the time, oats were selling for about $1 a bushel. It was 27 years ago that we signed up Steve Hickenbottom to grow oats for the project and be an ambassador. We got Quaker to give out really nice jackets because as we did, we were looking at the barriers to scaling up small grains 30 years ago. So what's it gonna take? Well, all the Pioneer Seed guys all have Pioneer Seed jackets and caps. So we said, okay.
I tell you, Troy.
We got hats here, I do 100 hats right here.
I'll take a dozen.
So we got Quaker Oats to give embroidered jackets that said 100 bushel club. And at the time, the Iowa state average for oat production was 42 bushel to the acre. And so, someone at Iowa State asked how come it was so low, and I was talking about 100 bushel oats. I said, well, that's because the Iowa State has helped keep the yield at 42 bushel per acre. That's another story. Anyway, every farmer in Iowa scaled over 100 bushel oats that year and got a Quaker Oats jacket. I see some of those around there today, and I asked Bob if Steve could be here and I could pick on him a little bit. So we did a project in New York. Peter Buffett bought a 1,600 acre farm in the Hudson Valley by the Ashokan Dam that supplies the water to New York City. He wanted to become the most sustainable farm in the world, not in New York. The farm won't work sustainably because it's in a floodplain. There were a lot of reasons for it to not work. And, you know, it was one of those projects that I probably should have turned and walked away from early, but we stuck it out. And the only reason I'm telling you the story is I had another project with the Alameda County Sheriff's Department in Oakland, California. And here was their dilemma. One of the deputies said, I don't know what's gonna happen when we have the whole Alameda County community in jail, but at the rate we jail people, we're gonna find out pretty soon. So their big idea was to provide community gardens for the residents so that the policing of Oakland and in Alameda County could be done in a way that was synergistic with the community. And we worked on that project a long time. It was really, really difficult. So when I look at this project here, you have so many elements in place. And I appreciate the backgrounds of everyone that's here today. It's kind of interesting how the group is self-sorted. Over here, we have the market. Don't mean to offend anybody, but if I don't offend someone, come and see me after the meeting. And in the middle, we got the advocates. And then we got the farmers at that end. So the process just kind of flows this way. Production, aggregation, into your trucks. So I worked for Atoshu for a number of years to put integrity into grain systems. And, you know, in the 90s, there was no integrity in grain systems. And we're here today to talk about produce. Why am I talking about grain? Because when you grow produce, you need to rotate your crops into other crops and not grow vegetables every year. Therefore, probably a small grain will work well for you there. So Atoshu was willing to support my advocacy for extended rotations in agriculture, healthy soil, and all the other things that went with it. But then Starling came along. Does everybody remember Starling? Mm-hmm. We had 366,000 acres of commodity corn in this country that had an unapproved GMO event in it that caused an allergic reaction in some people. You scarcely heard about it in the United States. In Tokyo, if you were a trader and you traded grain and you were caught with grain with Starlink, it was mandatory jail. And so my boss would call me up and say, catch the plane at at noon at O'Hare, you'll be here, you'll land at 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon, and we're gonna go settle down one of these accounts that's all upset about GMOs and grain and starling. So in doing that, we'd already set this thing up for mad cow disease, and so we'd set it up around food safety. And all of a sudden, our project got wild. But it gave me a better understanding, working on a global scale, of how our food system works, as opposed to, how a local system works. But it turns out that there's a lot of values in that international trading system when it comes to produce and how to nest into the market. So today I brought a limited number of these books for producers or people who want to get into aggregation. And basically is the crops that you can grow here in Iowa and how the buyer over here wants to see that crop when you present it to him after he opens the tailgate of that truck. So I think, that's one of the gaps, but let's look at some more. Next slide. I use this picture, this is actually of Charles's farm, and I shot that with a drone. It's really a two-dimensional, but it went to three-dimensional. And I think we have to look at our farm and if we assess our agriculture and our farms in the community, we have to be looking three-dimensional. What's the water holding capacity of that soil? For every % of organic matter, that soil holds 16,000 gallons of water, and our soil scientist over here might correct me. So at 4% organic matter, you're holding about 64,000 gallons of water per acre per year. So what does a 64,000 gallon water tank look like on your farm if you were to put a 64,000 gallon water tank on every acre? It would be unsightly, unmanageable, but yet those are the gifts of nature that we have. I've been asked to work on several indoor agriculture projects, and I refuse to anymore because I don't like blemishes on my resume. It won't work. Why? Because outside we get plenty of sunlight, we get plenty of rainfall, we have rich fertile soil, we have know-how, and we barely break even. Now, can we haul all that stuff indoors and make money somehow? It's illogical. Yes, sir.
You said three dimensions. I like to add the fourth dimension, time, which is
time. Absolutely.
Seasons.
Yeah. I think everyone in here has got something to contribute, and this next exercise, late yesterday I decided, no, what we really need to do is to frame out this system of what it is, what it isn't, and what players already have a piece of that puzzle. There's a lot of expertise in this room, and I'd like to think each of you have a piece of the puzzle. If we can collaboratively put them all together, we can have a local food system that is economically sound. I harp on economic soundness because I work with a lot of farmers in a lot of areas. I have never had a farmer that wouldn't listen about an opportunity to make more money. A legitimate opportunity, not Jerusalem artichokes, and not high oil corn. Now I'll tell you, Atoshu was the largest exporter of high oil corn. And I went to Des Moines many times to meet with DuPont about our struggles with high oil corn. And the only problem with high oil corn was it wouldn't yield and it wouldn't stand and it wouldn't maintain quality. Other than that, I guess it was okay. But we found a substitute for high oil corn and we dropped it, and that whole program went away. We were doing 20% of the high oil corn, and it was not a viable crop. We have to keep profitability front and center to keep farmers interested. And I think, one of the things that I like to talk about are those things that we can ensure profitability. So why don't we already have it? Iowa consistently is the largest corn producing state, producing some 20% or more of all United States corn production. And the focus of Iowa is corn production. And soybeans is a part of the monoculture of corn. It provides 40 pounds of nitrogen for next year's corn crop. It takes the field out of corn for a year. Many farmers have found
with the high chemistry agriculture that we practice today, you can grow corn on corn just as well as an extended rotation. Why? Because we haven't found a way to get soil below 2% organic matter. We have farmed it down to that, and we're putting fungicides on our corn 3 times a year. We're using chemistry on our corn that we never used to have to use. Our cost of production has gone up. In the turn of the 20th century, it took a couple days of labor to produce a bushel of corn. You know, they said when they ran the thrashing machines for wheat, for a day running on a thrashing machine, it took 2 days of labor. So back when we hand shut corn, it took days of labor in a bushel of corn. In 2024, the labor in a bushel of corn is measured in seconds. It's that expanded in production capacity. So we've not only exited a lot of farm families off farms, but we've eliminated the need for farm labor for the most part. For the most part, now that we've had autonomous driving tractors and combines for years, but we can't get the farmer out of the cab. And just another aside to that, we constantly hear the average age of the farmer is 58 years old. In 20 years, we're gonna turn over 3/4 of the land. I heard that 20 years ago. It's not happening, I'll tell you why. Dad now, even if he's in a wheelchair, can get in the cab of the combine. We can't get Dad out of the cab, he's not gonna retire. And so the average age just, it stays right there. We did a project for Jasper County. We did the 2050 plan. We did the agriculture portion of the comprehensive county plan. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with comprehensive county plans, but every county is supposed to have one. It's new that in doing comprehensive county planning, that the people organizing the planning have invited agriculture people to be at the table. The #1 activity in almost every Iowa county is agriculture, and this is the first time you're being represented. But the reason I brought up Jasper County, the farmers there said most of us have bought up the farmland of those that wanted to leave. And in Jasper County, that land is predominantly owned by Jasper County farmers. In fact, nationally, 75% of farmland trades are never public. They're never public on Zillow or anything else. It's neighbor to neighbor, it's people that know people. So people are attached to land. When you kick a 40-year tenant off your farm, do we really do that, Carol?
Yeah.
Okay. When you kick a 40-year tenant off your farm, it's really painful because they're attached to that farm much like a child. So my message on that is, I've worked a lot in Iowa. I've worked in a lot of Iowa counties. I worked on the disaster relief in 2019 from the floods, Hamburg, Iowa. In Iowa, agriculture is important. It's important for the economy. It's important in every community. And I love working in Iowa for that reason. You're not gonna go get an adequate part-time job, full-time job, and farm as a hobby for the most part. If you farm in Wisconsin, Northern Illinois, there are plenty of job opportunities. You get a job, that's your career, and you can farm on weekends, and that's good enough. So things don't necessarily have to make sense, but I like to say in Iowa, your agriculture design has to make money, it has to make sense, and it needs to be environmentally sound. Cover crop adoption in the state of Iowa was more rapid than any other state in the union. And why is that? Because farmers know that farmers are gonna continue to own and operate that land. It's gonna be the kids. It's intergenerational, as I've said. I think we have to look intergenerationally. So I would say the reason we don't have a local food system now boils right down to we don't have the infrastructure. Mr. Farmer can't go to the buyer at the warehouse and say, what do you need for next year? How much butternut squash do you need? How much acorn? How much carrots? What do you need? What can I produce? Why should these farms be viable? Because they have flexibility. they can turn on a dime. So next year, maybe Hy-Vee doesn't need as much butternut squash. Maybe COVID hits and societal norms shift. And so when societal norms shift, things have to shift with it. And so, you know, that 10-acre produce farm has a lot of ability to satisfy the buyer's shifting demand. And I realize there are a lot of things that are pretty consistent. People are gonna keep eating 46 pounds of potatoes. They're gonna keep eating 0.4 pounds of kohlrabi. How's that kohlrabi on the wholesale market? So my wife runs a CSA, and whenever we have a new subscriber, you know, they call her up and say, what the heck is this thing? It's too big to be a radish. You know? So.
Kohlrabi fries are gonna be all the rage.
All right, there you go. Okay. So, you know, what we did when I worked for the Japanese is we sat with the Asahi beer and said, you know, what are your needs for next year? What are your needs gonna be the year after that? We have the flexibility, we can change things now. So you can offer the buyer flexibility. The buyer can offer to market your overage and underage. And I don't mean sizes, I mean production-wise. We contracted 9 semi-loads of butternut squash in western Wisconsin with the Amish farmers. We booked those for delivery in Milwaukee, and they showed up with 11 semi-loads. And Paulette Harding called me up and said, what am I gonna do with these 2 extra semi-loads of butternut squash? It's like, I don't know, figure it out, you know, give them away. But if you can put them on the end caps, you know, you can push things out if they're in surplus. The farmer has no ability to do that. So we somehow have to get that system of ecology working in business transactions. Next slide, please. So a lot of people will say, well, we can't grow produce in Iowa because the weather's such a disadvantage. In case you haven't noticed, it freezes in the winter. So California, Mexico, Florida produce a lot of the food that we eat. Yes, they have year-round climates. In Florida, I work with a 450-acre tomato grower. He has about a 3-week window to deliver his tomatoes. He has a slot in a national grocery chain. If his tomatoes miss his slot, he's out of the market for another year. And so we were running some trials. The weather got hot. He missed his opportunity. You know what we have here? We still have a weather that behaves for the most part in the state of Iowa. Yes, it freezes in the winter. Yes, it's cold. Yes, perennial crops may need to be bedded. You may need to put straw around those aronia bushes. I don't think you have to, but anyway, you know, we can't buy into, we can't produce good food in the state of Iowa. We can't. Next slide, please. So I've framed my presentation today around 10 buckets, 10 boxes that I think we need to check to go forward. And as we think about this vision, we share that vision, we can check a lot of the buckets. So my number one is to assess what our agriculture assets are out here. In the state of Wisconsin, we got the governor behind an idea to inventory all the idle assets in the state of Wisconsin. There are so many grain elevators sitting empty. A lot of them have OD haulers in them. They have cleaners in them. They have lots of things. A lot of them are just sitting empty, abandoned. So when I look at assessing the agriculture assets, I think the farms speak for themselves. It's good, rich soil. It got stable weather. What are the underutilized? What are the microclimates? So why is it that Muscatine claims to be the watermelon capital of the world? Really? They don't produce a lot of watermelons anymore in Muscatine because Muscatine County grows really good corn. But melons, you know, that whole region became known for its cantaloupe and watermelon, and they virtually don't grow them anymore. So what is the Fairfield watermelon, melon makeup that we could go to the market with? Infrastructure and support development. keep coming back. When I look at this project, I look at this area of the world, I just keep coming back to the same thing. There, you know, if you're producing corn, you go down to the grain elevator and you ask the buyer if he's gonna have a place to put your corn away this fall, because corn's only $3.23 a bushel. I'm not gonna sell at that price, so I'm gonna deliver my corn to you. I want you to store the grain. I'm probably gonna pull it out of storage next July. I'll price it somewhere in between when the market's up, okay? Conversation repeats itself thousands of times a day, right? That doesn't exist in the produce business in the state of Iowa. It does in Michigan, it does in Wisconsin, in the northern parts of the sand belt, because they have pack houses. And so even the potato growers in Wisconsin know that they're gonna go to the pack house and say, how many potatoes can I bring to you next year? And you know, you're asking for those blondes, those yellow potatoes, but I really like growing the reds. And the pack house is gonna say consistently, we get too many red potatoes, we need more yellow potatoes. We don't have that conversation yet here, unless it's with Tony. And I'm glad to hear about Tony's operation, because you say you're buying from hundreds of farms. You must have farmers that call you and say, what are you gonna need? What can you
To be clear, it's only about 50 pounds or 100 pounds of potatoes, it's not very much.
Okay, yeah, okay. So that infrastructure has got to be in place. Next slide, please. So crop selection, when we talk about produce, we're talking about this big area when some things are short seasons, middle season, full season. And then we have things that are low margin crops, medium margin crops, high margin crops. So we're gonna have a mix of that. Well, if we plant our brassicas in late March, early April, we'll get those off in time to come along with another crop, so we'll have sequential planting on that acre. And then we could come back on that acre and plant some of your wheat. And yeah, we only got 10 acres, but we got 10 farmers doing it, so that's 100 acres, so we can deliver 70 bulk bags of baking quality wheat. So what I'm saying is, scale has failed us. We scaled up corn and bean production. We're not making any more money growing corn and beans because we scaled up. We're just doing a lot more work, we're handling a lot more grain, and we're still not making very much. Or we're losing a little bit, or we don't lose quite as much as we did, or one of those in between. So why don't we develop inside our own footprint? So when I talk about assessing the farm, I've got a field out here that's got 6% organic matter. It's gonna grow vegetables really good. And I'm probably not gonna have to irrigate it, because we're probably gonna get frequent enough rains that the crop can be grown dry land as opposed to irrigated. And so selecting the crops is a production decision, it's a risk decision, and then you're gonna go to the buyer and see what the market compromises are or aren't. And so it's that information that you have to have before you're gonna make a cropping plan that's gonna include produce for the wholesale market. My next bucket is market development, and I don't think market development is an issue. I think in the state of Iowa, you have enough buyers for produce at a price point that operating efficiently will allow you to meet that market and be profitable at that level. What skews the economic analysis is what you put in for yield and what you put in for price received. So we've seen butternut squash on the wholesale go between 10 and 70 cents a pound. Most of the time, it kind of hovers under 50 cents. It's a crop that can flex in production. If a lot of people are growing butternut squash and we have a really good year, we could have an oversupply of butternut squash. Butternut squash prices can fall. So what I always like to do is work with a buyer that will do flat pricing. So what I mean by that, if you take, do you put out a daily availability sheet to your stores?
I'm personally not on that side of it.
Okay,
But I think they do.
yeah.
We do that weekly
Okay.
to Hy-Vee.
Yeah.
And I believe they send that to the stores.
Okay, and so you do that pretty much on a daily basis based on what coming into the cooler and
Weekly, but
what you know
for
when you have.
local grown update, we have 3-week period that we show availability and volume, because if we tell Hy-Vee it's light volume, that means we can't promote it as an ad volume. But if it's heavy, we have enough product for that. Now, for food service, even light availability is usually plenty for what their demands are, but for a retailer, it's a little heavier.
So for the producer, you know, you're a couple steps away from that. You don't have that knowledge. So I was executive director of Michael Fields Ag Institute for 7 years, where we had 1,000 acres of land and we were promoting local, sustainable foods. We were producing some things for Whole Foods, but we were supposed to be a research and education outreach institute. And our garden manager, we had a store in the Milwaukee Public Market, and our garden manager was complaining that he had pallets of leftover organic bell peppers in October or November. Well, anyone in the produce business knows that come October, November, your opportunity to buy organic bell peppers is slim to none. And so they were up to like $5.50 on the wholesale. And Matt came to me and he's like, I got 10 cents a pound for our peppers, you know, I just unloaded it. Well, we had no knowledge of what the daily markets were doing. So once we got in the Milwaukee Public Market and we couldn't supply enough from our own farm, and we started buying from an aggregator, we started looking at availability sheets and pricing, and we discovered, hey, we ought to be producing bell peppers for October and November. The heck with this July stuff where they're at the lowest price. So getting into the produce business, one of the things a buyer can do, and I can't speak for the buyer, but one thing they can do is flat price. In other words, if they go back and say, I was paying 60 cents a pound for butternut, and then a month later it went to 20 cents a pound, a month later it went to 10 cents a pound. I'm gonna look at the volumes I bought, I'm gonna look at my average cost, and Mr. Jefferson County, Iowa farmer, my average cost to buy butternut squash last year was this. So I'll pay you that for all the squash you can produce on this many acres. And so the buyer then is managing the over and under production. The buyer is not making you try to out-market a wholesale market that you have no information about. It's kind of what we do on the grain deal, right? Corn isn't high priced enough, so we'll buy it back on the Board of Trade, make our money on the Board of Trade. It's like, if I knew how to make money on the Board of Trade, I wouldn't be farming. So how can I put my corn in storage at the local elevator and then go play with those guys? They know the game, I don't know it. So and this was very true in my years with the Japanese, is they went to the next step. If we were supplying Ajinomoto. They had chosen Atoshu as a supplier, so we were doing a lot of originations and a lot of things for Ajinomoto. So Atoshu bought 20% of Ajinomoto, which was the modus operandi of the global trading company. If you have a trading partner that you can't afford to lose as a client, buy 20% of them and sit on their board. We had board members on DuPont, we had board members on Monsanto. You want interlocking boards, and then you buy 20% of your biggest clients, you've locked that in for my grandkids. I don't know how many times I heard that in negotiations. Yes, but this is what I want for my grandkids, intergenerational. So flat pricing works. We did it with Asahi beer. We did 120,000 metric tons of corn. We locked the bases in at 10 over the river, delivered the upper Miss, and farmers don't have a lot of export opportunity on the upper Mississippi. So what we do, we got those farmers to store that grain till June, July, and August. And we knew that coming out of Minnesota, going on the upper Mississippi, that grain was going to be in great shape. And so we looked at our average basis, and our average basis would go into a plus number because we bought a lot out of Missouri and Arkansas on the Mississippi River, and we'd have to pay a high basis to get that, to move to the river early. And so when we average the bases out, so we can pay 10 over on the wholesale at the river, and then we'll charge Asahi beer accordingly, and we know that what we've got in is 10 over the market. We don't care what the Board of Trade's doing. So that program goes on yet today. We put that together in the late 90s, and farmers are still producing for that contract, and they're still at 10 over the river. And I think the thing about nesting with the buyer and nesting with the warehouse and collaboratively working together is you can start to cement in longer term relationships and cement in things that are longer that everyone can live with, so you don't have that variability. Take as much variability out as possible, and I think, you know, the buyer, you know, is going to want the same. So in market development, I think the work that needs to be done there is in a competitive space. And I like to talk, Bob and I talked this morning at breakfast about this. There's non-competitive space, and you're working with for-profit businesses, so there's competitive space. And then there's a space we're working in now that I like to call pre-competitive space. So in pre-competitive space, we can talk about aggregation, we can talk about warehouse, we can talk about getting a grant for the guy to run the warehouse, that type of thing. But we're not in the competitive space yet. And so once the warehouse starts running, it's going to start to operate on company norms, and it's gonna operate at the speed of business. And the produce business is kind of a 24/7 business. I asked an aggregator in Chicago, down in Englewood on the south side, if you want to learn things about the produce business, go to the south side of Chicago and talk to the aggregators down there that are delivering to 600 stores daily. They'll give you an education in a hurry. And they start loading trucks at 2 or 3 in the morning. And the day before, they were bringing in the bulk pallets from farms, and then they were packing them down to a family of 4, and they're reloading on the truck at 3 in the morning to deliver to grocery stores. So we're gonna hook into that system, and we're gonna hook into a data system where no human touches the data after it leaves your farm. So that UPC code, that QR code, PLUs, you put that PLU on that product, we scan it when the trucker gets there, he doesn't punch in any numbers. That scan is gonna tell him how many zucchinis are in each box, how many boxes are on that pallet. They're gonna get repacked to families of 4, they're gonna get delivered to the local Hy-Vees. When they go into the local Hy-Vee, the data is gonna be scanned into the register. It takes care of their inventory, it takes care of their pricing, it's going to compute their shrink, and by shrink, that's the amount of produce that was shipped to Hy-Vee and the amount of produce that never got paid for at Hy-Vee. So if it went bad, if it sat out on a produce cart for too long and it got warm and the manager had to just throw it out, that's shrink. So what Walmart does, if you want to sell to Walmart, when you deliver your green beans, you'll get paid when those green beans go through the cash register.
Oh, man.
You won't get paid before. So what are they doing? Walmart has you manage all their shrink, which if they would pay you a few cents more, they might look attractive until you say, where's my check? Well, that's going to electronically transfer to your account every time we bring it through the cash register. And their POS system can talk to your system, and then you can generate a report. But Jeff, where's Jeff?
Yeah. Or Jeff had to leave, he'll be back.
He left, okay. Because that's a role for Jeff, or people like Jeff, you know. So we have to have a system to plug into theirs so that we seamlessly transfer all that data. We opened a store in the Milwaukee Public Market in 2005. At Michael Fields Ag Institute, we were big advocates and supporters of building a public market in Milwaukee. The person behind it went to Pike's Place in Seattle, loved the public market, wanted a public market in Milwaukee. She raised $10 million. We would go out and set produce up on Art Night in Milwaukee and talk about local produce coming to Milwaukee. And getting people to support the concept of the public market and to financially support the public market. So we signed the first contract to be a produce supplier in the public market, because I told my staff, you know, we've been preaching buy local for 20 years. Shouldn't we go do it? You know, if it can be done, shouldn't we be the one? So we opened the store in the public market. We jumped through the hoops for the health department. We went through everything for food safety. We had checks on our walk-in and our temperatures and everything else we had to do to keep everybody happy. And we opened our store and they had 20,000 people go through the first week. Everything was great. We had about 20 farmers coming to us, bringing us produce. We're selling local produce. We get at the end of the first month, we lost like $120,000. Our cost of labor was 140% of sales. We couldn't afford to talk to the farmers that were coming to our dock, scratching some numbers on the back of an envelope. Here, you owe me this. The other thing that happens is the farmers would go around and look at the price we're selling things for. So you don't have a transparent market at that point, or you do have a transparent market, which we thought everybody wanted. So Kay Jensen walks around and says, whoa, you're selling my spinach for $6 a pound, you're only paying me $4? It's like, I think I should get $5.75. So now we're gonna renegotiate margins. While I'm paying $5,000 a month rent, I'm paying 3 people full-time labor to talk to her, and she wants all my margin. And so we bled. We lost $300,000 before we stopped the bleeding. My board was not happy with me. I left of my own accord. But not that year. I didn't leave till 2010, so I struggled on. But
You're very brave to tell us that.
But what we realized is, you know, we pay people a lot of money compared to the price of our food. We have a cheap food policy, you know, and margins are narrow. So, you know, we had to get fewer farmers bringing more product to us. And we had to get them to help us integrate some data. They had to come up to some standards. And we started making salads. So we would average maybe $2 a pound retail on the produce side of our store. Maybe $2 a pound. Maybe we had $1.50 in it. We were making very narrow margins. On the other side, we hired bartenders, put a chef jacket on them, had them stand behind a plexiglass with all the fixings for salads, and we made salads in front of people. And so people would come along and we'd say, you want a pre-made salad or shall I make it in front of you? And of course, bartenders don't have jobs during the lunch hour for the most part. And they like to talk and they're outgoing and they talk to people, so you throw a chef jacket on them. You're gonna walk around looking like that the rest of your life? You're gonna start eating salads. Get over here. So we'd toss these salads together and then every salad weighed 8 ounces, 1/2 pound. And we charged $8. We were getting $16 a pound for our produce. Did I care if anybody on the other side brought produce? Not really. So now, the only produce I brought in was the produce that I could use either as a juice or a salad. And they sit in our display cases only for storage until we had time to make them into a salad or make them into a smoothie. We did wheatgrass. At the end of the day, whatever wheatgrass was left over, we'd put it into shots, we'd put them in the freezer. Next morning, somebody comes in, they want a strawberry, banana, orange smoothie. Wouldn't you like a shot of wheatgrass in that? Boom, another $3, throw it in. So we started making money. It became evident that this is a mom and pop business and a nonprofit had no business running this business. We sold our store, we exited the market. But what business were we in? We were selling entertainment first. And, you know, then we were selling some healthy foods, and then, oh, by the way, it's local and it is organic, and, you know, the people that wanted to support us didn't want to wait for their credit card receipt just like everybody else. So human, you know, behavior still as it is. So, you know, we're gonna scale up production on local corn soybean farms. Then that's the market we're gonna go into, and we're somewhat isolated from it, and it's a matter of how far up the chain, so to speak, you want to do. I've done a lot of value-added conferences, and you know, I always tell farmers that if you wanna make more, you have to do more, that's just the way it is. Well, when you do produce, you're doing more, you're managing more, you're worried about rains in a different way. You're gonna have a risk management strategy for climate change. But we need to come together in a way that you worry about the things that are in your control, and then the warehouse worries about the things that are in its control, and then we're nested well with the buyer. Financial support, in terms of financial support, I think one of the big things that has been missing and is potentially rectified is whole farm revenue insurance. And I think we have somebody from the USDA, but.
Yes, Teresa's here with us.
Teresa, do you know anything about whole farm revenue insurance?
I don't know if the volume.
No.
Yeah. No, okay.
So,
Sorry.
I think the catch on the whole farm revenue insurance is you have to have a history. You have a history to insure revenue against. And so you're not gonna have it the first year. But it's really critically important to get crop insurance in the produce space. I rent 30 acres of land in Florida, I have 4,000 orange trees. In 2022, we froze our oranges in January. We got hit with Hurricane Ian September 28th, and we just got hit again with Hurricane Milton. So we're growing our oranges organically, we're spending much less than the other farmers. We have healthier trees than most other farmers because we quit putting all the chemicals on them. Our trees were not resistant to either hurricane, but fortunately we had insurance. And so, you know, I know a lot of farmers don't carry hail insurance because they now farm in such a broad geographic area that it's only gonna hit part of a farm anyway, it doesn't really matter. But I think whole farm revenue insurance is something for the producer, and I haven't said it already, I'll say it again now, from a marketing perspective, do you go organic or not? And my recommendation always is, if you're going to a market that pays a premium for organic, you might consider being organic. If you're not being paid to be organic, there's not a reason to be organic. You can, if you're certified organic, it doesn't mean you're regenerative. It doesn't mean you have an extended crop rotation. There are no components about the organic certification that speak to how you're treating the land except having a minimal crop rotation. But certified.
That's not true. I do organic inspecting. There are some regulations that speak specifically about how the soil is supposed to be treated, rotations, that it is in the code.
Right. And like I say, if somebody I don't offend, I'll see you later. So, but if you look at organic farms, and we won't go off into any of these, it's a deep rabbit hole, but.
Your point's true though.
Yeah, it
Organics,
is
you
true.
can get around the regulations, people found the way to bend them, it's true, but
Right.
it is written in there.
Right, and for 25 years, we couldn't use muriate of potash, and now all of a sudden it's okay.
Sure.
Really? I've been buying that expensive K stuff for muriate of potash, it comes from the earth, it's organic, okay, I'm good with that. But we produce everything on our farms, everything is done organically. We're not certified organic. Our 80-member CSA, no one ever asked if we're organic. They ask how the crops are grown. They go out and look at the gardens. We tell them that we don't use chemicals. But if the market's paying to be certified organic, that's a good reasoning. I think production strategies need to be more in depth than what organic certification requires. Is my point there. So from the financial standpoint, I think agriculture, can innovate around our best thinking. I like to say that American agriculture has tremendous capacity to do the wrong thing in a big way fast. So if you look at where corn has gone, we had leaders of the community that put up more grain bins and then put up a grain lane. and then started farming the neighbor's farm. And so we had these models out here of expansion and what those expansion models looked like. And so more farms followed that model until today we're farming to the center of the road ditch. You know, we got 850,000 bushel of grain storage on the farm. We've created this monstrous, you know, corn machine. How do we start the produce machine so that, you know, we can start participating in produce markets that will add significant income? Market development, I'm gonna skip over. I don't think we need much discussion there. Next slide. I've heard from several people here in discussion today about workshops, training, online information. There's a lot of support that's needed to answer questions in transition. At Michael Fields, we had a 2-year course on commercially doing wholesale vegetables. We had classes we called Professional Growers Workshop, and we identified markets and we helped farmers get into those markets. And we had about a 25% success rate. I relayed this story to someone this morning. An offshoot of our program went to Michigan State. John Beerbaum started a similar program of education. He called me up one day and he said, I'm only getting a 50% success rate. 50% of my farmers go on and produce farm. It's like, well, John, we only have a 25% success rate, and we've been doing it for 20 years. So it's important to have that education and the support available, and it goes past the planting. We can't have a workshop and get you all excited about growing some crops and then not talk to you again until you're gonna bring it back. We need some coaching in the middle, some mentoring, we need that educational component. And then I've got climate resilience in here as a big thing, and I'm gonna talk more about that in the next set of slides. Go ahead. I'm calling this a collaborative ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of people around an idea, around a vision, sharing that vision of what that's going to look like and getting into that on those store shelves. So as I've mentioned, you know, we have to start somewhere, and if we look at some timelines, on short term, I say 1 to 2 years, pilot programs, et cetera. I'd say this region has already surpassed the short term. You've been talking about this, there's an awareness, there's farmers that have considered growing produce, there's farmers growing produce. So I think we're down to the midterm, which is infrastructure development and market expansion. And I think that's exactly where this group's at. And so long-term, a full-scale regional produce production ecosystem. Next slide, please. So you want a produce aggregation warehouse. What does that look like? So if you just look at industry standards, we really need 150 to 250,000 pounds of produce to go through that warehouse. And that's kind of the initial break-even point. And so as we talk to the buyers, you know, what crops would the buyers commit to that they want to buy in tonnage? And then we can start to look at which farmers can grow that. And then we need to look at the warehouse. What can the warehouse do? So you need 3 climate zones in the warehouse. You need one refrigerator at 32.5 degrees and regular humidity. You need another one at 40 degrees. And you need another one at 100% humidity for your greens and the others. You've got to separate ethylene producers from non-ethylene producers. So you could argue that you need 5 zones. I've been in many pack houses, and goodness greenest, the way they had 5 zones is they broke down pallets inside of a cooler. So they used up all of their space everything was refrigerated, all the workers had to wear jackets and hats all the time because they did operational things inside of coolers. And that way, they maintained the chain of cold, and they were also able to provide 5 areas for different produce that came in the door. But, you know, it's, the darn ethylene is a catcher in there. In terms of square feet, we're talking about 3,000 feet of cold storage, loading docks, daily throughput, 2,000 to 4,000 pounds. And I did this based on being a seasonal market. We can do some late season crops, some storage crops like butternut, acorn squash, delicatas for the month that they last. Next slide, please. So operating expenses. So this is using no volunteerism. And so Bob and I also talked that, you know, if we had a warehouse where we had some volunteers, you know, that would help take the edge off till we got things going. But let's just say realistically, we need annual sales going through that warehouse at about 600,000. So at 300,000 pounds, just roughly, we're averaging $2 a pound on our produce, which is a good number. And in terms of the industry, that's a pretty good product mix. There are a lot of products that are gonna be below $1 a pound, and there's gonna be very few products over $3 a pound. And so everything else is gonna be in between, and you need a mix. You need a mix of early season, mid-season, late season. You need a mix of low margin, high margin, medium margin plants. Next slide, please. So, you know, looking at breaking even and using 600,000, that says we have to hold a 20% margin at the warehouse. So Hy-Vee comes to the table and they say, well, we've got a warehouse and we've got trucks, and we got 20% overhead. So now you're gonna come along as a warehouse and you need 20% overhead. And the farmer wants to sell direct to the market and receive 100% of the value. So really, now we're in a competitive space where we have to negotiate this, where everybody can come out where they need to be. So when we look at the expense of the warehouse and the aggregation, you know, maybe that's a fundraising activity. Let's go to the next slide. One more slide. So when we look at the mega trends, where is the value? The value proposition is that in the next 20 years, millennials will be responsible to shift the American diet from 13 to 15% fruits and vegetables to 30 to 33% fruits and vegetables. Why? Millennials have been raised to eat differently. They're going to eat differently no matter what. And it may not be your millennial, but millennials generally. But the other reason is we're not going to solve the health of Americans in this country without changing our diet to 30 to 33% fruits and vegetables. It's exactly that simple. If you go to other countries and you look at their diet makeup, the longest living people in the industrialized world are the Japanese. They have 35 to 40% fruits and vegetables, and I swear the rest of it's fish. And they eat a certain amount of sea vegetables to go with land vegetables. It's amazing. I still can't eat seaweed for breakfast. I just can't get it done.
Depends on what
be
type of seaweed and
Yeah,
how you
yeah.
prepare it.
You gotta have a soup with rice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had it for breakfast this morning.
He's
Okay.
living proof that it can be done.
So you can see at the farm gate, our profitability hasn't moved much in the last 2 decades. Where's all the movement? It's on the serving the community. It's serving the end user. But the good news is we're serving the end user more fruits and vegetables. Mike Ham, the CS Mod Endowed Chair at Michigan State University, is claiming now that we need 12 million acres of fruits and vegetables in addition to what we have now to have a US origin fruit and vegetable system. So the opportunity is huge. We raise 100 million acres of corn. Now this year was only 93 or whatever. But basically there's 200 million acres in corn and beans. And so we need to find 10 or 12 million acres of that and put it into produce. And the opportunity is there. And for the innovators that can meet the demands of the markets and meet the demands of the data integration, it's going to be profitable. As I mentioned earlier, if you take an economic worksheet, it's gonna make a big difference of what you put in there for production. So if you put in 30,000 pounds of butternut squash and you put 40 or 50 cents a pound, you've got gross revenues here that look pretty darn good. You can manage most everything else. I like to start out with butternut squash because you don't have to have irrigation, you don't have to have a cooler. If you learn from the Amish of how to season it, butternut will put out runners or cucurbit and they run all over. So the Amish have the kids throw all of those butternut squash in a row down the middle where the leaves have all died down. And so the sun hits them and they turn a deeper color yellow. And then you send the kids out and they turn them over and that side is still light colored. And so then it turns a darker yellow. And you've now seasoned those butternut squash. They're ready to go to the market at that point. You go out with a hay wagon, you throw them all in the hay wagon, you take them back and put them in boxes, you're ready to go to the market. It's a pretty low bar of entry. It's a pretty high volume crop. One of the things I mentioned to Bob is having worked a lot in Florida and Michigan, what I didn't say earlier about California and Florida, they're year-round cropping and they have their challenges. Michigan's a lot like Iowa. It freezes in the winter. And a lot of farms in Michigan are produce farms. And they produce a lot of produce. We know about the blueberries. Blueberries in Michigan don't grow more than 35 miles inland. Once you get away from Lake Michigan, there's no grapes or wine, there's no blueberries. We're back to the standard fare of produce. So legislatively, farm programs have been geared to keep farmers in corn and beans if they were not in the state of Michigan, Florida, or California. So up until 2018, I used to say publicly that it was illegal to produce fruits and vegetables on your corn ground. And I've been called on that many times. It's not illegal, you just get kicked out of all federal farm programs. So you're not eligible for anything if you put any fruits and vegetables on corn ground, up until 2018. And so you couldn't go to a farmer that had a big cornfield and say, could you rent me a couple acres? Well, I didn't get kicked out of the USDA programs. The majority of my income comes from the USDA. I can't do that. And so it's no longer illegal outside of Michigan, California, and Florida to produce vegetables. So the door has been opened to that possibility. I know a grocery store owner in Wisconsin that had 5 Eagle grocery stores. He sold all 5 of them. He bought one store. He made RTEs, ready-to-eat foods. He offered catering. He said, I can make more money in one store offering more services to 1/5 the size of client base that I could in 5 supermarkets. And because he was willing to make his foods into ready to eat. And so every time we do a survey, it comes back, the consumer trends are they want more local, they want more nutritionally dense foods, they want to know where it came from, they want more interest. Oh, by the way, did they mention ready to eat? Yeah, they want all of those things and ready to eat. So those are challenges that, they're showing up in megatrends, but realistically, how do we help the farm with that? How does that benefit the farmer? Well, you gotta move up the value chain a little bit And I think working for a pack house, we could call it a co-op. Co-ops have got kind of a bad reputation because they tend to grow, and then they hire a full-time manager, and then they start fighting over what they're paying. Why are we paying that guy $100,000 a year? It's our money. And then they fire that guy, and nobody takes over, and the co-op goes south. But it could be a co-op, it could be a cooperative effort. It could be, you know, in ethanol, you know, a lot of the ethanol plants were built with some state funding, but the rest of the funding came from the farmers that were gonna sell their grain at the ethanol plant. And so lots of farmers invested in ethanol, so they had a viable market for their corn. Well, it makes more sense on paper to invest in a pack house for veggies. And Tony here, you've done that, you know what that looks like. And my message to you today is, you know, we can use a lot more operations like Tony's. There's a bigger market than what can currently be filled. And so, do we help Tony expand his operation? We'll bring all of our stuff over to you. And, oh no. So,
Chickens will eat well.
So, let's go to the warehouse again. How's that warehouse gonna make money? Has to be other revenue streams coming to the warehouse. And that's why we need a full-time manager if we decide to go to a warehouse that we're gonna put 250,000 pounds of produce through a year. And I'm talking about seasonal produce, talking about fall, maybe, you know, some winter storage crops, potatoes store for a while. That's all encompassed. You know, maybe the manager has his vacation time coming in the winter. In Michigan, they have to figure that out. So what the pack houses do, in Michigan, they'll have a local on-farm store, and the pack house people will work the store, and then they'll bring all their apples in crates, and they bring other storage crops in, and once the store closes, the workers work all winter packing out everything that's been put in storage, and then they're given a month vacation, and then they start the next year again. So the most successful pack houses in Michigan are year-round operations with the same employees year after year, and dedicated employees, and well-paid, and insurance. And in terms of labor, working in Michigan and working in Florida, I became acquainted with how work crews work. So in Florida, citrus production is 6% of what the high water mark was for citrus in Florida.
Whoa.
Down to 6%. The citrus industry is almost dead in the state of Florida. So what's happened to all the work crews? All those oranges get handpicked. There were 800,000 acres. There's less than 100,000 acres in Florida oranges. So the picking crews down there are intergenerational. So I work with Carlos Gamez, and he maintains 30 to 35 workers year round. So what does he do with it? Well, this year, they went to Michigan, they picked blueberries, they picked apples, they detasseled corn in Illinois, they're doing grove maintenance. They could have come and got all those Canadian thistles out of the Aronia, but these work crews are looking for work. And so they have slots that are open. And so if we had enough production here, we could get someone like Carlos Gamez to bring in a harvest crew, and they would manage the harvest for a certain number of days. And they're fast, they're efficient, they know what they're doing. So I don't think that's an argument anymore that, you know, there's too much labor. I didn't put any slides in here today on readapting farm machinery, and that's why I was anxious to talk to Jeff here today. I know he does that kind of thing, but pretty much all of our garden equipment, we bought a new fancier cultivator this last year, but I took those old Dearborn frames that used to be 2-row cultivators, and you can make all kinds of bed equipment. You can make bed shapers, you can make cultivators out of them, just make a ton of things. I bought a 4-section rotary hoe. I took 2 sections off. I made individual bed hose out of each one has the teeth all the way across, one has gaps in them for the rows. I sold the other 2 sections to an artist in Milwaukee who was gonna weld them together, it's like, so I ended up selling the other 2 sections for more than I paid for the 4 sections. But there's all kinds of equipment, if it's not in your fence row, look at your neighbor's fence row. There's so much iron in the country still. Drag out that old iron and say, what can you use it for? We use a 1952 all-crop combine.
What size?
I'm sorry?
I got a 72.
You got a 72? Okay. I got the 60. The big improvement was I went to 66 inches after that. But I can harvest red clover, soup beans, buckwheat. Sunflowers. Obviously oats, spring wheat, winter wheat. So hard red winter wheat varieties that actually will grow here where it rains. Don't let Iowa Crop Improvement sell you on the idea of hard reds from western Nebraska, like Arapahoe wheat. It'll just do terrible here because it's a dry weather climate wheat. You need wheats that have come from Europe, Eastern Europe, or Russia, where they have weather similar to our weather. And so on Washington Island, we were growing Patriot wheat that came from Germany through the University of Guelph in Ontario. And so Destor Spirits is made out of a hard red winter wheat. Their goal on Washington Island was to get to 20,000 cases a year of gin and vodka. And a couple years ago, they went past 70,000 cases a year. And so they're trying to get their story back together. They had what we called, when it was with the Japanese, we called it moral hazard. You know, that's when the organic Vinton soybean guy ends up having 300 acres more production than what he grew. We just called that moral hazard. And you run into that, but
Been there with cucumbers.
But Destor Spirits has the story of Destor and the island, and they do good in England, they do good in New York, Chicago, LA. They've become this boutique wheat, and it's a great story. I've been working with the island since 2006, and it's really helped the economics of Washington Island. I like to say, as a farm community, we need to operate like we are an island, because when you bring everything in on the boat and you have to ship everything out on the boat, you start asking the questions, what can I do here? You know, American agriculture currently uses $36.5 billion worth of pesticides. It's like, wouldn't that be a pretty good market to produce for? If I could produce my own input for that? You know, I think that 36.5 billion is a pretty big market. So what can we do? Can we do our equipment? I'm pretty much convinced that any of the produce we can operate mechanically with up until harvest. We can mechanically plant it. We can use water wheel transplanters. We can use direct seeding. We're almost dictated to use raised beds because of the rain patterns. But we can do these things mechanically, but when it comes to harvest, in our CSA 6.5 acres, everything is still hand harvested. And so of that 6.5 acres, we never have more than 50% of it in active vegetable production. Vegetable production is hard on soil. So you're not gonna practice regenerative ag by growing vegetables every year on the same soil. You've gotta rotate. And people have tried to rotate out into their corn soybean fields. And I can tell you, coming out of Roundup regime and corn soybean production, producing vegetables is a nightmare. You have weed pressure you've never seen before. What I like to do the first year is put a suppression crop on the land, buckwheat, something similar, an intensive crop like wheat. You've got to get the soil back in shape. It'll take 5 years before that soil responds well when you take it out of the high chemical corn soybean rotation. And there's a few crops you can grow the first year, but darn few. So there's a lot of other things we can do. The warehouse could have boxes. So boxes are sold in pallet quantities. Michigan farmers buy them in pallet quantities. You can't buy them in pallet quantities because you'll have too many boxes and they'll go bad before you ever use them all. But the warehouse could buy the pallets of boxes and then sell them by the each. You come in, you need 10 1 bushel boxes because that's what size box the industry demands that product goes in. And so this limited number of books that I brought along with me today takes each and every possible produce item that you can grow in the state of Iowa and what to do with it after you harvest it, how to manage the decay, and what it's gonna look like in refrigeration. Those are all the things you need to know if you're producing those crops. Blueberries are one of the hardest. Blueberries need to be down to 32 degrees. And so we put in what they call tattletales. You throw a tattletale in the pallet. If you cross dock, which very few blueberries are allowed to cross dock, by that I mean they're gonna go to Chicago from Michigan, they're gonna sit on the dock and they're gonna go on another truck because there is no chain of custody while it's sitting on the dock. If that tattletale and that blueberry goes up to 34 degrees, those blueberries are gonna be rejected. So they're tough, they're hard. And so in the chain of custody, when they go to the warehouse, Bob's gonna have that problem. And when they go on the truck, the chain of custody is that truck has that liability. And that truck's gonna know that they were 32, 33 degrees when they went on the truck. There's nothing else as hard as blueberries. They are the worst.
Ron, I have a question. Okay. Do you know of any other local food system that is bucked the traditional system of boxing? This is really a question for Hy-Vee or Capital City Fruit, that if we build out a new local food system here, why not build in a new way of packaging?
Good luck with that.
I know. The stacking,
The world trades on uniformity. And it's things that go in a bushel and a ninth, go in a bushel and a ninth. And it's apples, it's oranges, it's everything in UPC codes, and it's because of the cost of human labor. Because if you have to keep punching information, your labor cost is going to eat your margin.
Except that those systems have been around for generations, and it's not, they're not optimal for today's work. I mean, there's an opportunity for innovation there, tell me I'm wrong.
Well, we've used RPCs for a little while, reusable plastic containers, and those are fold down, fold up type washable containers and
they have a bin like this.
Folds flat
So you
plastic.
can stack safely,
So you can stack a lot of that volume together, reuse those, wash them. We do see some damage from those types of containers as well, but so you have that loss, but we found that it is also causing some challenges with, pallet building in the warehouse because you don't have all that uniformity in all those totes. So they're all different heights and sizes, but then you have some that are in the traditional cardboard that you're trying to all build together into one order out to the store. So there's still challenges there. We found that it's we're kind of reeling back from how much we were using those just because of those challenges. So there's all varieties of packaging out there in the warehouse right now that we're dealing with.
Are there any international, a lot of this stuff is international standards, right, like you mentioned, so are there any working groups out there right now that you know of?
Trying to change it?
Yeah, that are new standards or new protocols.
Materials, Michael, they're working on materials in California pretty aggressively. But it's more the small to consumer on the shelf kind of packaging, transitioning from cellophane and different plastics into paper products that can be composted. Whereas not necessarily the big boxes that come from the farm.
So things that are.
I could be wrong, there may be something.
But that makes sense, there's a lot of interest from folks that I know too, looking for new types of packaging materials that are gonna be, because unlike the United States, most countries have to pay a lot of money to Indonesia and other places to buy their trash. Or like Japan invests a lot in incineration, and they incinerate a lot of it, but this is really expensive, so we don't have a lot of those pressures, so we're just used to throwing stuff away. But but internationally, yeah, materials are really interesting.
And then the ones that we traditionally use in America are wax lined.
Yeah.
And so they can't go in with the other cardboard to be recycled.
It seems like an RPC might be a good option for this type of setup, because, I mean, the farms that are participating could use those containers. It could be brought here, you know, and maybe furthered on through the process somewhere. I don't know, do you have RPCs going to you as well?
Hy-Vee wants RPCs, and the other advantage for Hy-Vee is they don't have to destroy or break down those cardboard boxes and
Right.
pack them down and then pay someone, so there's a lot of labor savings in that.
Yeah.
And material, so they can just recycle those basically. Now for us, you know, it's not the easiest thing to do, but that's a requirement we work around. So to answer your question, and then, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we have the structure to then collect those from the retail store and bring those back through our supply chain. So those do all get collected up, and our drivers bring that back along with some other recyclables that come back to our warehouses then on the way home. And then those are consolidated, organized, and reshipped into different, you know, return areas or recycling areas, so.
Yeah.
So
Structure's there, I guess.
there's a couple components to that, and one component that I think is overarching. We export $150 billion worth of agriculture products a year. We import $130 billion worth of products a year. We export corn and soybeans, cattle and things of the like. We import food we eat. So we are the consumer. We are the ones that end up with the boxes. We're not going to go to Mexico and change how they box things unless Walmart and everybody else does. And so one of my slides up here, I was gonna talk a little bit about, you know, a whole bunch of pretty good ideas. You can have a whole bunch of pretty good ideas, that doesn't mean they're gonna gel into something that's doable. And for Fairfield region, where you're at on the timeline, I would really focus on getting competent corn, soybean farmers to put attention to producing produce. Start out with 2-3 acres, 5, go to 10, maybe go to 20. We want them successful, we want them profitable. We wanna hook into the market that's already exists. We can do some advocacy. We need to change federal farm programs. We need to make federal farm programs more respective of produce farming. We need to redo our insurance for farms. We need to be taken care of in produce as well as the corn farmers being taken care of. Right now, corn farmers have got a $21 billion bill in Congress to pay them for the shortage between what it costs them to grow corn and what they're getting paid for their corn. Good luck with produce of getting that to happen. So how many battles do we want to take on at the same time? If you want to take over repackaging, good luck. Okay. So I just wanted to present some of the challenges that farmers are going through, because I think the buyers need to understand that, advocates need to understand that, change agents need to understand that. You know, there are challenges to farm gate, more than just the bad condition the soil is going to be in when they come out of corn and soybeans. It's a major problem, it's a major shift. I used to do a presentation called Water as a Crop. DuPont trademarked the name Water as a Crop, told me I can't do that anymore. So I don't talk about water as a crop anymore. But you know, what if we thought about water as a crop? We can store 64,000 gallons in our soil. All right, next slide, please. 2030 projections, these are drought areas. Oh, by the way, California, you're not looking very good. Florida's gonna be underwater, but I can tell you Florida is tough environment to grow anything in. In the Midwest, we have it so good, we don't even know it. Last week I was up at Great Falls, Montana. They get 12 inches of rain a year. They grow lentils and peas and chickpeas, and they grow a lot of stuff on 12 inches of water. We get 40. So we're in an area that gets cool weather compared to Florida and Southern California. We get rain. Water is going to be the issue worldwide I would argue it is already. Next slide, please. So what about rainfall? This happens to be Fairfield, Iowa in 2024. So what happened here? Well, you went from January, mid-Feb, didn't get any rain, snow, you didn't get anything here. You know, well, you almost die from a drought, and then you get a frog strangler, rain. You get 3-4 inches in a couple days. And at the end of the year, your average, looks like your average rainfall is about 40 inches. Next slide. So what about the heat? Well, we got more of it, more than the 10-year average. What we see in most counties is we see lower rainfall average, higher temps, average. So we have more growing degree units. Every year, this 10-year average line moves up higher. Next slide, please. These are Fairfield, this is Fairfield, Iowa as well. This is 10 years of rainfall and heat. What happens to rainfall and heat? They don't track together. And so, as a farmer, you've got to manage that. You have to manage the difference in rainfall and the difference in heat. Fairfield, Iowa is one of the 10-year charts I've done that did not have the heat spiking like other counties. I've got counties where the heat spikes, you know, get way distant from the moisture line. But we see pretty good uniformity here. Go ahead. So where's the buffer for all that? It's the soil. It's the soil that can harvest the rain. It's the soil that can produce those vegetables. So what is soil? We quickly forget. 45%, it's minerals. We hope it's 5% organic matter. That's 50%. The other 50% is 25% water and 25% air. If you don't have air pockets in your soil, air cannot go out so water can go in. You can't force water to go down where there are no air pockets. The first thing that has to happen for water to infiltrate is air must come out of the ground. We've got to get the tilth and the texture back in our soils. We've got to get a soil protein called glomalin, which comes from microbes, and every nutrient in your plants comes through a microbe before it goes to that plant. So, next slide, please. We need to take a three-dimensional look at our soils. We need to look at how we test soils. We got to look at how fertilizer companies make recommendations on our soils. Next slide. So this was the soil test I got back from the guys in Ledger, Montana. And up there, they test soils down to 36 inches. From 24 to 36 inches, they've got 24 pounds of fertilizer per acre. It got down there with 12 inches of annual rainfall. 0 to 24 inches, they have 69 pounds of fertilizer per acre. The 0 to 6, they only have 18. The 0 to 6 is the least amount of fertilizer. Where do you take the soil sample? 0 to 6. Where's your fertilizer? Down to 24. So you got plants bringing that up? You need to mine your own fields for nutrients. You bought and paid for the fertilizer, then you put the fertilizer in nobody's bank. So what happens when you grow kale, broccoli, cabbage, the rest of the brassicas? They put down a root that big around. It'll go as much as 36 inches deep. It'll grab those nutrients, it'll bring them up, and it'll leave them in the 0 to 6 area. So I would argue that a profitable crop year could be just planting vegetables that will bring nutrients up for next year's crop. Because I don't have to buy that fertilizer. And the other thing we need to do is we need to degrade the residue quicker, because we're gonna recycle those nutrients. So like the potash that's in corn stalks, if I can put microbes on those, dissolve them and have them ready for the next season, I don't have to buy that fertilizer, I'm ahead of the game. So the way we manage nutrients is pretty barbaric. Next slide, please. So this I sent to Waters Lab, and I do this a lot. I take a soil sample and I take a plant sample at the same time. Why? Because the soil sample says I'm low on what? Potash. But when I look at the plant, I have plenty of potash. So am I low on potash because it went into the plant? Was it really a healthy plant that took the potash? Therefore I'm short of potash, or I'm seemingly short of potash? Or what about all these other things that look high? Zinc, I'm high on zinc in the soil, but over here on zinc, I'm short in the plant. So why is that? They say I should spread 100 pounds of boron. I'm gonna spread 100 pounds of boron on 43,560 square feet. Now, if I look at cubic feet, I've got 4 million pounds of soil. So I'm gonna put 100 pounds of boron in 4 million pounds of soil, and that's somehow gonna save my crop. Well, microbes are gonna go get that, plants aren't gonna get it. But you need healthy plant roots in your soil, and you need healthy microbes coming from those. Next slide, please. So Justus von Liebig, back in the 1800s, was the one that invented the law of minimums, or what's called the barrel stave theory. And all fertilizer industry operates on the barrel stave theory. And that is to say that whatever the lowest element is, that's going to be the maximum amount you can produce of any crop. Well, it's simply not true. Nitrogen comes and goes. It goes into the water, it goes into the air. Phosphorus comes from rocks. What we're realizing as we do soil testing around the country, all of our soils is going up in phosphorus. Why? Because rocks continue to dissolve. And a guy from the University of Wisconsin stood up in one of my meetings and said, "Where did you go to school? You're completely wrong about that. If you find a rock on your farm in the fence row and it's been there for a long time, turn it over. Is it flat on the bottom? Absolutely. Where'd it go? It dissolved." And so phosphorus goes up all the time. And we're putting on a huge amount of phosphorus that we don't need. And farmers that are using RTK and putting strip till in, they're using half as much phosphorus and getting higher corn yields than they got at the full rate when they put it in the street. But we're managing phosphorus completely wrong. Nitrogen's a whole nother subject. Go ahead. So the other thing I like to do is monitor water, so I know where my nutrients are going in the soil. This is a water monitor I have in Florida. The red soil temperatures, this is 6 inches, this is 12 inches. Why 6 and 12? I wanna see if that water is pushing through 12. Because if it is, it's probably taking my nutrients deeper in the soil. And if I'm gonna put my nutrients deeper in the soil, I can't grow corn and beans, because corn and beans are gonna take up all their nutrients within 8 inches of where the seed's planted. And so we're never gonna get down to where the nutrients are in the soil. Next slide, please. So, this is a soil health test. So Rick Haney had this test out for about 10 years, and nobody would see any validity to it. They said, well, you're only measuring microbial activity for 24 hours. He dries the soil out to 0.0 moisture, then rehydrates it, and then measures how much CO2 is given off in 24 hours. And that's how he calculates that score. And all the peers said, it can't be that simple. It just can't be. Well, it turns out that now A&L labs, Midwest labs, labs all across the country are doing the Haney soil test, soil health. In Florida, I can tell a guy how many oranges he's gonna pick based on the soil health test. If I look at NP and K, I have no idea. Because the correlation of NP and K in the soil is not correlated to soil health. Next slide. So this is one that the soil health is up at 22.7 score. So this is in Illinois. But I think these soil health tests are gonna help guide us in the future of how we look at land. We're gonna have to look at how our rain comes, when our rain comes, when our heat comes. Richard Hoffman at Cornell says, with climate change, we don't need to be studying climate change in agriculture. Climate change is important to study, but not us. In agriculture, what we need to be studying is what grows best in a changed climate. So now that Iowa is getting the weather we're getting, which is plenty of water and plenty of heat, but pretty much more consistency than other parts of the world, we're in a really good area to produce produce. The produce market is expanding in what it wants in the future. Profitability is in produce production if you're efficient and you do most things right. Corn is crashing the soil, it's crashing the bank account, and it's got farmers leverage to the hilt. And, I think it's just a time in agriculture that we can look at things differently and start doing some things differently. So that's my message for you here today. And with that, I'd just like to open it up to discussion about your vision of what is needed. What do you feel we need to do from here?
A couple things I guess are coming to mind. I mean, there's a lot of great information. I'm thinking of how at Hy-Vee, these different things might be able to fit into the equation, right? Like, so Hy-Vee's a big company. I'm just a part of the conversations that would need to take place to bring something like this to life. So kind of as I said before in the last meeting when I presented, I can't make any commitments today, but I love the ideas and I love the direction that this whole group is focused. So it like I said earlier, it really aligns with our company mission, right? And so one of the things that my dad and I have talked about is, and what came up strong at our table is soil health. And one of the things that I guess I circled to in our discussions here at our small group was how does the consumer get to see that? And you see some consumers they're becoming more educated on the topic of soil health and regenerative practices, right? But it's also a little bit confusing, I think, for the consumer. And so as the retailer being the most direct in front of the consumer, right, what's our best way to help transfer that message through to help support this type of initiative? So in my mind, I'm wondering, that score for soil health score really stood out to me, and I thought, well, that's easy, right? Like, I'm a consumer. To me, if I saw two items next to each other and that soil health score was higher, I would choose the one that has the higher score, and hopefully it costs the same, right? That's a big perk as a consumer if it just happened to match the price. Because there's a point, right, when we hit a price point where you'll start to see that choice fade off, right? So in conversations with Bob in the past, we've talked about, from my perspective, I think we could look at it from the end price, right? What's the shelf price currently today, and is something like this viable for all the different components through the system that we're talking about? Is it viable to allow the farmer to flourish, to sustain the co-op, the hub, right? And to give a little bit to Capital City Fruit and to Hy-Vee and still hit a price point? What's left over? Is there anything? Is it viable, right? So that's kind of like, how is it one way to look at it, right? We can go at this from a lot of different angles, but I want it to be viable. I think it has good potential. But that's part of like why we're here today, right? Is to try to solve that puzzle. There's so many contributing pieces to that puzzle. And it won't be solved today, right?
Oh, no.
But where do we start? Like, what are the takeaways? Where can we see this going? So, I got a couple of hands up. Mike.
Okay, I mentioned it to you, I think, a few months ago, but I don't know if you remember, but, you guys have a loyalty rewards program. So you could, if it's more expensive to the consumer, but it's better and you want to promote this product, maybe there's a way to tie in the local farmers that are participating in homegrown, so that some of the cost of identifying that soil health and making sure that it's there is added to the farmer's margin through that loyalty rewards program, like somehow finding some way to balance it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that I think Hy-Vee could incentivize this type of thing or help to support. Maybe that's by a reduced margin or extra incentives, or you hit different places, right? So I think there are a lot of ways that Hy-Vee could help to influence that, right? But that's one part of the puzzle, right? Just one other piece that needs to be considered. So
Well, I was just gonna say, when you asked the question, you know, how could Hy-Vee perhaps, you know, accelerate this or incentivize it? You know, we spent the last, effectively, the whole post-war, World War II period, dumbing down food intelligence and, you know, individuals' understanding of what it is to eat well. It's not gonna be shifted overnight, but a community partner like Hy-Vee, I mean, heck, you have Dee as the nutritionist. I don't know if you still have that position open at Hy-Vee.
We need her for 20 hours a week right now.
Yeah, okay. All right.
She might be available.
You know, it is really clear to me that it's a longer-term strategy of re-educating the consumer about what it is, why I want to eat this local grown, homegrown versus the packaged super processed product. And
Yeah.
that's a long-term budgetary item on the part of Hy-Vee to invest in it.
I agree, and I think there's already efforts that I've seen that are aligned with that, right? So I think you'll see more of that. I think not only you, but the consumer, us, are asking for that, right? We want that transparency, that visibility. You know, we were talking again about soil health and the score, and you know, if you remember, if you've been around Hy-Vee long enough, you might remember the new value score, the new val score that used to be there, right? So I think you're gonna see some of that start to evolve again, right? Is how does the consumer be able to look at a package, look at a product and quickly understand what's the best choice, right? Like that I think helps with that education piece tremendously, because then not only can they make a quick informed decision with, you know, a third party that's helping to probably rate that product, right? We can't rate that ourselves. Somebody else has to help organize that. There are apps for that we talked about at our table that can help do that right now. But how can we make it easier for the customer to make that healthier decision, right? So just again, aligns with our mission, you know, and we're looking to solve those problems or those questions for the customer so that it's smooth for them, right? It's easy for them to shop and to have confidence in that rating or in that information, right? So once as a consumer you have that type of maybe scorecard or that information quick in front of you, then you can really tie that into some quick educational depth there if you want to go at it that way too. And consumers will navigate towards that to try to understand, well, what do they mean it's got this score? What's that score mean? What goes into it? Oh, that's because of this. Let's tell the story, right? So I think there's a lot of potential there. You could also get out there, you know, we've talked about some different funding. I've had some side conversations about some different funding that's out there to help with this educational material, you know, and to just provide some things at the stores that people can grab and review, that they're not being sold, it's just informational, right? And but you know, we do have the current homegrown program at Hy-Vee, and that I feel like that does well from a store-by-store decision point. And then so local, in order to get into our stores, you can come in and promote your product to any store within Hy-Vee, right? And you can go to that produce department and you can say, hey, I'm the grower that lives right down the road, and here are the commodities that I can offer you. Would there be an interest? Do we have a match on what you might need, what you're looking for these seasons, right? So you can do that. You can offer the product for sale in our store, and if the produce department manager makes the decision to go forward, they can take that leap, sign those agreements and go forward, right? And that's when kind of my area, my department will step in and say, well, wait a minute, store, you know, like we gotta check and see who your grower is, what do they got going on for food safety, how do we make sure we protect our customer? And you know, we collect some paperwork, we exchange a questionnaire to figure out what it is they're growing and what it is they're maybe producing. In some situations, it's not just produce and growth, it's value added, right? So we navigate that, we determine, all right, we're gonna approve them to be in a store. At that point, you've got, you know, your name in the system with Hy-Vee, right? So then if it's successful, you can go to the next store and say, hey, look what we're doing next door down at, you know, this other location. It's successful, it's a win-win. Can we get in your store as well? You know, pretty soon you're getting closer to a region and you're able to though grow, right? So, at that point, then, you know, where I feel like there's a big opportunity is the gap then that exists after that. Because then you're limited to a smaller area, a smaller group of stores, and there's a pretty big jump before you are able to get into the warehouse. That's where things really will start to escalate. We'll have stricter requirements to get into our warehouse. We'll have way higher volume needs, right? So like to get a product into the warehouse, we have to dedicate inventory space as well as a pick slot location on the floor for that product to be able to be picked up and placed onto an order. So floor space, inventory space is valuable, right? So it has to be a high moving, high turn product. So there's a gap there, and that's where I feel like Capital City Fruit is a great partner to help offset some of that gap. But then also like there needs to be diversity in the market to give the grower stability, security. We can't have everyone relying on Hy-Vee, right? That's another piece where Capital City Fruit comes in great because they have an outlet for some of this product that might not meet spec.
Right.
So you've got spec'd items, Hy-Vee can take these specs, but we've got food service options that Capital City has that we don't have, right? So there's some of that too. So I think diversity is important, right? Like, and hopefully some of our discussions in this type of system could help close that gap, right? And provide more of an option for Capital City Fruit, who has customers other than just Hy-Vee. We can spread out a little bit. They can handle probably some lower volumes before it would be a large enough volume to get into our warehouse, right? So how do we bridge that gap that we have right now? It's kind of a part of what I've been thinking, so.
Bob? Well, no, I was just thinking, conceptually, in my simplistic mind, I said, well, can we have two like big buyers? And can we find farmers who would have the technical support and everything to grow? Could we put the minimum possible, but no less, aggregation, cooling and everything, and somehow make that system work and then build it out from there? I realized it was inevitably going to be more complicated than that, but that was the thought that I had in mind that kind of impelled creating this meeting, so that we could see how close to that very simple initial system where we're not trying to meet a whole lot of different needs. We can figure out what Hy-Vee can do maybe on the store level, and maybe we won't be ready for your warehouse for a while. But can we fill in with Capital City? Can we create a system where we've got enough offtake so that we can build this thing out with some degree of assurance? So if some farmer takes this thing on, that they're not gonna get hung out to dry. I mean, I did recall, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did, I think, mention, Brent, that on occasion, if a farmer is upside down or something happens, you might be willing to take less or a loss on a given shipment to protect the farmer. When I heard that, I said, okay, I think these are people we can work with, because we've got to de-risk the system as much as possible. So, obviously I'm a layman on this thing, just looking at it from kind of a simplistic standpoint, but I'd love to hear from you, Brent, as to how you see a offtake model interfacing with Hy-Vee, that we could then, okay, so here's our purchasing model, here's what we can expect.
So from what Kyle said, I would say you have three channels, basically going direct to the store, which involves harvesting, going to the store, daily, weekly, delivering, and those kind of functions. And then you could sell to us directly, either if you aggregated and brought it to us, or if you aggregated and we had a truck come pick it up. We have food service accounts, and we have cutter accounts that just slice this stuff up to go in soups or other items like processors that are out there. We have all kinds of those accounts as well. So typically, when we have a grower of any kind, we can usually buy the entire crop from them because we have the outlet for all of them. So that's what they want, right? They don't want us, don't just take my premium stuff
Premium
here, you know, which is, Hy-Vee doesn't want anything but what's eye appealing to the consumer. So that's why direct to the store is great. When you get into higher volume, we can help there. And then we deliver to Sheridan 4 or 5 days a week. Now, we've been with them 60-some years with Hy-Vee. And, you know, different items, different things that you grow. You wanna make sure you're growing the right items for sure. There's certain high volume items that sell easier and are easier to take from you as a grower than others. So that's a list that you would probably wanna start with. Here's the items that you'll start with and maybe you can sell, and then we can sell, turn around, because our volume, you know, I don't know what it is now, but we're doing truckloads a day, bringing product in from either Mexico or California or Holland, all over the place that we're bringing in product of any kind. So for helping you have an outlet, I'm pretty sure, you know, we'll be able to handle that profitably. You have to be GOP certified to come through our warehouse, period. There is no exception. Sounds like Kyle has that requirement at the store level too. And so that's a requirement you would have to have some sort of, and maybe not, I don't know.
At the individual store, you know, the one-on-one relationship, we don't currently require the GAP certification for 100% of our growers, but I can't say that won't change tomorrow, right? Like, that's something that my team, you know, we want that. We'd like to have that GAP certification. How far are we from that, and can we get there, right? So that's where we'll help support in those efforts where we can, and keep things moving towards the certification.
And we have, yeah, sure.
Wouldn't you say though that requiring GAP is a low rung of the food safety ladder?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that, as a minimum requirement.
Yeah, it's just making sure that you have some of those best practices in place, right?
We're Primus Global. I'm not a food safety guy. I'm a sales guy and a marketing guy.
That's why you're here.
I barely know all the items in the warehouse when we go out there, and I stay away from the cold cooler if I can help it at all, as the group that came with me probably knows. But, so GAP certification is minimal. There's a gentleman that joined me last time that couldn't be here, Johnny, who goes out to the farms. He would come out and help for your facility if you had one. Each of the individual farmers, you know, we would help in whatever way we could partner for that. So to even come through our warehouse, and then we would take it, you know, to Sheraton possibly, or it might go to Chicago or one of our other. We distribute in a 500, 600 mile radius currently. So all the states touching us we go to, including now Cincinnati, Indianapolis area. So like US Foods, Cisco, Martin Brothers, all those food service accounts are some of our larger customers. And we actually are now a core distribution center for US Foods. There's only a handful in the whole country. We're smaller than any of the others, but we have jumped to the #1 PRC, they call it, in the first 6 months. We're doing more volume. Produce Regional Distribution Center. But in addition to that, we're also, it's not just produce, we're handling rice and all kind of paper goods that go to these locations. So they put produce on with these other items and they deliver one truck. So it saves them a lot. So those core carriers will come to our location, deliver all this, we put them in the warehouse, and then we put them on a truck to go out. So we have a lot of outlet for product.
Tommy had a comment, question.
Yeah, I guess I just, thinking about like the way this is laid out right now, and you're talking about the jump in scale between selling more to like one store or a group of stores or just selling to your warehouse. And I guess I see like Hy-Vee is able to buy at these two scales right now. And it seems like we want both of the scales to continue existing. Like we want producers to produce at both of those scales. And so Capital City fills that niche really well, selling for the larger producers to sell into your warehouse. But that requires kind of a larger scale production and a lot of the major certification, and I think that's where we get into the conversation about transitioning some of our commodity farms right now into alternative production, like 20 acres of butternut squash. that's what we can sell through the capital city supply chain. But what I don't wanna get lost, that I think is important, is that, we kind of have an existing food system already in Iowa that's not at that scale. And that's more where you could sell into the regional or the stores there. And what's true in that system is that there's already too much supply. So like for about 4 months of the year, there's all these 1/4 acre to 10 acre hobby farms in the state of Iowa that are producing way too much food for our current markets, that are part of, you know, the Choose Iowa marketing program, that the state is trying to invest more in, that need more markets, that I think Hy-Vee really could come in and help purchase at the smaller level. But it also sounds like Capital City maybe doesn't have, or is looking for more producers at the larger scale in Iowa. I mean, is that safe to say?
We can handle any of the volume. I don't know that we're searching for larger scale. We want to partner with local as well. Local is a big part of our business during the 4 or 5 months, you know, that we have. I was talking earlier, and you know, in Iowa, you have 4 or 5 months, where in a warmer region, you may have 11, 12 months that you can use your equipment and have a return on your investment. You only have a shorter window, so your products are usually actually more expensive sometimes than other areas, so we compete against the, you know, your price is a little higher here than it is if I can get it from California or whatever region. So we fight that battle as well. But people seem to understand that. Hy-Vees have always consistently paid more for local, understanding that. So people know that the demand is there from the consumer for local, even more so than organic, from what we see. Well, back in the back, sorry. So you had a question?
Yeah, I do.
No, if it's okay. I'm curious from Hy-Vee's perspective, like what can we do to fill out that smaller than warehouse level supply chain that's already existing and that there's already too much supply in?
Yeah, a lot of that decision right now is left to the stores for the in-between. So that's kind of back to where if you can get in conversations with those stores that are within that area. So within that territory, what stores would be able to help with that product at what times of the season? And to start to have those conversations early with the produce department managers, because at that level, they would have to plan out their produce department for that season as it approaches and have to be aligned with you in that area. So depending on what region you're in, what stores are closest, and then having those conversations. Dan wasn't able to join us today. He came to the last meeting, Dan Atkinson, and I've been talking with him, and you know, he's okay with this group, you know, getting in direct contact with the produce managers out within his region to have those conversations with those stores and to help grow the homegrown program, right? So from the corporate office, I've heard that, you know, the encouragement continues to partner with the local growers and to continue to build those relationships, and where you can, you know, buy the crop. And if you can do it, and maybe partner with another store to buy the crop, so that you can help support that local, follow, you know, keep working towards our mission, and then, you know, hopefully it continues to be successful. So, and pay them soon, pay them early, right? That's another piece that I've heard from the stage is that
We pay ours very quickly, yeah. They're paid
We know that's important, right? So.
cash flow.
No, I can verify that working with Hy-Vee many years ago, that they were very spot on with, reimbursing us very quickly.
So Beth had a comment?
I've not heard of a farmer that sells to you at Capital City in the state. And I'm wondering, like, what really is the focus on local if you're buying from Holland and you're buying, you know, like, because it is a different whole model and a different price point and a different profit margin on your end, if this is something that you wanna do. So I'd like to know more about what you do currently and how that might morph into being more local farmer friendly.
So during the local season, 95% of our veg and all is local that we
So where,
send
like,
out.
who's
So
this-
Lopeta Farms, Al Lopeta is one of our big farmers. He has 600 acres of produce. We buy from the Amish groups down in the Missouri area. There's not a lot of produce farms in Iowa yet, so that's why I'm here too. They're just not out there, you know, it's all corn and soybeans, and usually there's a passion to get into produce here. Or, you know, they like punishment, I don't know. But
Do you buy from Butcher Boy, the tomato? And
Bushel Boy, we work with Bushel Boy, yeah, we sure do.
and from Minnesota and from Iowa?
Yes, and we also, you know, there's some farms in Wisconsin, Heath Farms. I don't know all the local grown farms, but there's a list of about 40 to 45, 50 family farms that we do purchase from.
So I guess it's like the question on my mind is just sort of like that, those are probably farms that can offer you at a price point and maybe with different kinds of growing that, you know, we wouldn't do. And so I guess I'm curious as to like how you see your model morphing to work with us in addition to us morphing to work with you all.
So like the Amish group is a group of families there, and they each have about an acre each, 2 acres each, right? Or whatever it is, and they take it to a co-op type shed where they then put it on, we leave a refrigerated trailer down there because there's no electricity. So things like that, we partner, so they, you know, aggregate everything there, and we take it all from all those families at one time. So it scales that way, and we have other, you know, similar arrangements where there's several smaller groups that combine, and then we just bring it all at one time.
Just for the sake of conversation, let's say that you had 5 or 10 farmers in the county that were growing things you could buy. And how important is it that you would have like an aggregation center, such as this warehouse, and people in charge of working with the farms to make sure that things come in when you need them and stuff, and then you could just come pick up here? Or are you already covering that as far as you already have the infrastructure to go pick up at the farm? What would you prefer?
We can, I mean, it'd be great if you could have it delivered somehow. There was someone in the last meeting that said they were already coming up, I thought, up to either Iowa City or Des Moines, can't remember who that was.
Well, it probably was,
It's Camp Creek Organic.
Yeah, Camp Creek Organic.
So I instantly thought, well, that would help, because the logistics, there's a cost involved.
Yeah.
If we come down, it's gonna increase the price, if you can get it delivered, you know, a lower price, but, yeah, if you had, five farms that wanted to do that, we would be able to make that work. It just, the numbers have to work, logistics is a part of it, yeah.
So like with the Amish, just can you run us through like, do you have a contract with them? I mean, is that, because it sounds like if you're leaving the trailer, you know when to go, like everything's kind of set up.
There is no, yeah, so they have from what I understand, I haven't been there, but there's a shed area, there's no building or facility either, so they load it on our trailer in some cases. So if you wouldn't necessarily even need a building to start. Maybe there's a way just to congregate it on a trailer that we have here, and everyone brings it to the trailer for that week or day or whatever it is, and we schedule a pickup and we just leave a trailer and bring one back, is what we do. I don't know if that's an option to start even, you know, as a trial.
Brett, would that be like backhauling from, you
There
know,
you go.
go to Sheraton and pick up and then come here, something like that?
Yeah, but like I said, there's, you know, our transportation is a separate entity, and so they would have a cost involved that we would have to build in.
You don't own that, you
So,
contract that out.
well, we own it, but it's a subsidiary of our own profit center, so they would have to charge us whatever it is.
Hy-Vee's the same way in their transportation system, there's that, a separate profit center, so like by the mile, they bid rates and things against other carriers, so we often do have full trucks that are going out, obviously, from our distribution centers, but full trucks that are picking up backhauls on the way home as well, so that we're, if you have an empty truck, you're not maximizing that resource, so, sorry, you had a question?
Yeah. Well, I was just kind of continuing on that, because it seems like there's forethought in the Amish model, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a contract, so at some point, could you guys give us, like, here are the 6 most, easily sold products that we think grow in this area? This is something that we get from Amish people, but, we can still use more.
Absolutely.
And these are the seasons, this is the price, and then are you like setting the price? I mean, do they know that all ahead of time? I guess they're kind of thinking,
Yeah.
this is winter time, it's a great time to plan.
Well, yeah, we do that now. We just met with all our with local grown customers. We just met with everyone. We just finished up, met with Hy-Vee Friday. Met with others Wednesday, Fairway. So we met with all the food service accounts because we want to know what went well, what can we improve? Are you gonna do the same items? What items do you want to take away, and what new items would you like us to plan for? Because the farmer needs to buy seed, got a plan, right? So we think about those things. Then we have another kickoff around March or April. Okay, let's do this again. Any changes? And so we plan that as well as the marketing side. We do social media, we do shelf tags, we do all kind of things on the marketing side with food service and retail. But they do at the Amish have one individual that's a coordinator or farm manager of some kind, because they don't have cell phones either. So anything we do is communicated through this individual, and he helps coordinate everything or get them on the phone. So yeah, that model is very similar to what we think might work.
Do you do seasonal pricing, market price, or do you give them a flat price for their broccoli or what?
Both. So we were talking earlier, one of the most successful ways is for us to agree on a flat price throughout the season, which allows the grower to plan and to do his numbers to make, do your numbers to make sure you're gonna make money, right? And then as the market goes up and down, nobody cares because we agreed on this.
Yeah.
Customers sometimes will see, they won't say anything when they're well below the market. But at the end, they're like, hey, wait a minute, you're way over. We had this happen with one account not too long ago. We're like, yeah, you forgot how much money you were saving here, but you call now. And thank goodness there's only a week and a half or 2 left, so no. And don't compare our local price and say we're too high compared to the market. What market?
Yeah.
Michigan? The coast? I mean, where are we talking, this market you're talking about? So there is no other market to compare. It's Iowa, local grown, Midwest, local grown.
Well, I guess that's the fear, is that the Amish is who we then be competing with, which is a very different, probably far less expensive model. And we could probably not ever sell you kind of vegetables at the same kind of cost.
Well, Lofa is bigger than the whole Amish
Yeah, I would say that fear is 10 years old.
Yeah. I would,
And that fear went out the door when butternut squash hit 50 cents a pound.
Yeah.
The Amish are not undercutting the market.
No.
Not, if anything, they're holding it higher than it should be.
Yeah, that's true.
So are the Amish, are their products, are they grown chemically free or are they conventionally grown?
Well, no product I'm aware of is chemical free, even organic, because that is pretty, right? I mean,
Not in Iowa.
They're not, they're not, yeah, right.
Or organic.
They're not certified organic, but they do practice, minimal chemicals and things like that. But all the farms have food safety in place and try to stay away from that.
When you are marketing your local grown produce, do you do that through, is it a capital city kind of marketing? This is local grown, these are locally grown apples from this region, or do you call out farmers?
The farm and farmers, we'd rather do that than our name on it.
So is traceability all the way from?
Traceability, it makes it tough to tie it to one farm, if you can imagine the scale. There's 250 stores. Your products aren't gonna be local to the ones in Minnesota, necessarily hyper-local. So there's hyper locals, like 50 miles, Hy-Vee is 200 miles, I think, for,
The homegrown program, I think, yeah.
and then Midwest after that. So that's the way you scale. You can't, good luck going and finding a produce grower every 50-mile spot, right? That ain't gonna happen. So, but marketing wise, yeah, we try to tie it, they wanna hear the story of the grower, the family of the grower, we have pictures of them, we have them on the tractors with the kids. This was, one of our family farms is what we say.
So it's not true to that item necessarily, but
No.
this is your catalog of growers and this is.
Well, yeah, and then so if it's like cucumbers, for instance, we'll have cucumbers and this is from one of our family farms and then we'll put 3 growers possibly or 2, things like that. And the social media, we try to do as much of that as we can for the customer, because we found if we create the social media and things like that, like trying to go to Hy-Vee's marketing department, they're great, but they're a year out, 6 months, a year out on everything. That book you get at the holidays was planned a year ago.
Yeah.
So it's hard to get their attention or, so if you do it yourself, and especially at the, regional or store levels, they love it because they don't have to create it and they have new content. So that's what we do. We have a full-time marketing coordinator that does the graphics and the things like that. So,
And we could even amplify that. Those of us who have some social media presence,
you bet.
we can absolutely take that and amplify it.
Yeah, so we would as a group, I think we'd want to promote your whole group.
I want to go back to the GAP certification. So
Okay.
when I did GAP certification for a farm that I was managing, I did level 1 and level 2. Are there still 4 levels?
I'm the wrong guy to ask, are there?
I'm the wrong guy to ask too.
Johnny,
I haven't
here, do you
been
know?
on that side.
No, yeah, sorry. I believe there are.
It was the, in the classroom, which was really extensive, it was all day. And then step 2 is writing your farm plan. Step 3 was doing a trial visit, and then 4 was the visit. And at that time, the closest visitor was in California, so it cost a lot of money. But now we have somebody in Iowa to
Yeah,
do that.
that's
so,
right.
yeah.
In fact, he was at our meeting last time, he
Yeah.
just did an audit at Lopina.
Yeah,
Whoever that was, he had just been to Lopina, so.
yeah.
So I just, Savannah Lauer from BFI says, what incentives are offered to store produce managers to encourage more local procurement? What, in Hy-Vee, what's the infrastructure there look like?
In one of the last, local seasons that we had for the homegrown program, they did offer the produce managers specifically like a contest, and there was an incentivized contest. So they were looking at total volume, total sales that went through the homegrown program. And they were, giving out some awards, some financial incentives to those produce managers, for those that broke the records and held the top scores. So Hy-Vee, I guess, from the corporate office, they are trying to promote that and using things like that to incentivize, so.
Just 2 questions. One was about the soil testing. So I know Faith is the expert, so I want to ask her while she's here. So I've heard lots of things that it's kind of too expensive for commodity grains to do that at the scale that grains are grown. But at the same time, I met with some folks in AEA who said that the majority of their customers are actually commodity grain farmers. So I'm kind of wondering what you guys think about the viability of actually doing that kind of testing in terms of the cost. And then the other thing was about the traceability. So aren't there rules coming out, I think 2028, that are gonna require you to be able to say FSMA, which farm it actually comes from?
Yeah, the FSMA 206 is the new rule from the FDA, and that requires the traceability back to the farm, right? So it goes from the grower all the way through the process, and that'll be that bar-coded, application. Now, like everything, I think there are some exceptions to that based on the size of the business. But the produce safety rule is a new FDA requirement that was put forward out there as well, and that's above and beyond the GAP certification. When you get to a certain size, you've got to meet the requirements of the FDA produce safety rule. FDA just in the last few months published small business guidance that aligns with the produce safety rule, but it isn't the whole thing. So there may be, that's a good roadmap, I guess, is, you start with the GAP certification, then you work your way up based on volume and size of business, the small entity guidance, and that's a lot easier to digest than that produce safety rule. It's like 30 pages instead of several hundred pages. And so it breaks it down though. It's looking at water, it's looking at health and hygiene, it's looking at training requirements and things. So it really does provide, I know it's always intimidating to get the book out and to dive in there, but that's a pretty good guidance manual that's easier to navigate through, to see, once we get to scale, if we're looking at a hub and an aggregation center, that risk goes up for the customer, right? That's where we would need more to be in place, right? But that's where this type of hub could provide that resource, right? Like there's value there for the growers because they don't have to look through all those manuals and deal with all those rules as heavily firsthand, right? They can, just like shared equipment, you're gonna have plenty of other resources that could be shared as well. And that's where I think it helps Hy-Vee to be able to have confidence in that product and to partner with the hub. That gives us a good stretch to branch out further and just work with, the hub on some of their initiatives. We can carry through a lot further to local that way. So, yeah.
Well, I was just saying, you mentioned earlier, and it seems like appropriate to this audience, that, for example, this site, that either interior space or a location for a refrigerated truck to be parked, if we could start out, the smallest modular solution set that you can come up with, and then we, work backwards to the producer community, say within the 30-40 mile radius of Fairfield, to fill that truck every week on a seasonal basis with products that capital C Fruit says, this is the high demand items. And then growers in this room work backwards to figure out how to grow it so that first stage modular pilot, if you will, gets a chance of proving out. And little by little by little, Troy's got at least 30,000 square feet back there for us to fill up.
Yeah, well, we're gonna take a tour at 2 o'clock when Troy comes back, we're gonna see that.
So previously, fruits and vegetables produce was not regulated. If it was whole, it just went to the market.
Yeah.
All of the pushback that people give because produce is gonna be regulated, if you look at the dairy industry, no milk would have ever gone to the market had the farmer pushed back so much on regulation. It's like, come on, people, it's a world of food safety. We have COVID, we have this, it's going to happen. And even now, the new standard for produce is going to be less than what the dairy farmers did in 1950.
Wow.
Yes.
So, buck it up.
We just dealt with the carrot recall that everybody probably saw in the news. Right before that, it was an egg recall, so it's, for me in my job, the recalls unfortunately are almost an everyday thing. There were recalls that came through the Hy-Vee system, not for our products, but for products that we carry, right? That came through our system, so, it's a regular piece of communication within the company.
And then the frozen carrots, the carrots that were processed and put into frozen mixes. Oh,
Well, the cucumbers, it's just recently.
It carries so far in the different items that becomes an ingredient, it just starts to extravagant.
I just wanted to get this one in edgewise. I mean, it's a much bigger, longer term strategy, but again, if I'm sitting in the Hy-Vee C-suite, I'm trying to grow my marketplace. And if you can think of us as like a focus group for that. So for example, I take the Southeast Iowa Union and, which comes hard copy twice a week, and there's always a Hy-Vee insert, and it's all about price. That's all it is. This is on sale, that's on sale, that's on sale. the opportunity to actually guide my understanding as a consumer about what's valuable. Because right now, you're training me that the only thing that matters is low price. And instead, if over the years, I'm seeing Hy-Vee drop in messages, pictures, links to videos that says, here's where we build value for our community. Because I really think some big retailer has to take leadership in this area, or else we're all just gonna go down the high cost of cheap into the toilet.
Yeah, but that was my comment about the loyalty programs too, right?
Exactly.
Because they can
Tie
leverage
in-
things like that.
Tie into a loyalty program.
Yeah.
Like right now, I don't value gasoline expense too much, but boy, if you gave me a local credit, a local grown credit value, yeah, I'd play an actor,
I buy gas at Hy-Vee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I think,
That works, obviously.
yep.
Definitely.
I think there's a lot of data out there that Hy-Vee looks at to help coordinate the marketing and the communication piece, right? We have whole departments for that study that. And we try to always meet the customer where they're at, right? That's important. They are the ones steering the ship for us. Price is extremely important right now.
It always has been.
It always has been, right? And it's even, seems like it's escalated right now, at least for the feedback that we're getting, right? So we're trying to do our best to hit the price point that will make a difference to our customer, right? So I think you're seeing that right now. That is definitely a push. It started around October and we're not giving up, right? So we're gonna go full force ahead with that. At the same time, what you maybe don't see as much of are the important pieces of our company that are purpose-driven, right? So we do have several purpose-driven initiatives that have been already, deployed and that are being deployed. So we do have a lot of solar projects that are underway. We have disaster relief fleet that responds to the Greenfield tornado. I personally went to Florida on the trip down there to respond to the hurricane efforts. So purpose-driven is huge within our company and it is a big driver of where we go. And the community and local is critical to that, right? So that's always there. Sometimes we don't shout it, but if you look, it's there.
Well, I would just say, from my point of view, put it on the headline, and let me know that. Because, right now, to me, there's not much differentiation. There's a little bit, I should be more fair, but you are trying to play kind of like, do you remember Avis we're number 2, we try hard. Sort of like Walmart and Hy-Vee, you guys are on the same kind of wavelengths in many ways. And in my view, if I'm in the long-term strategy game, how do you differentiate yourself and show me that you're not that cheap is the only thing driving the company's ethics?
I'd like to emphasize that because I would not have known about the Greenfield Hy-Vee truck if I hadn't gone to Greenfield. I had no idea you guys were doing that. But I drive in and it's not just that you're hauling supplies, it was the registration center. If you had to be a volunteer in Greenfield, you had to go to a registration center before you were out into the community. Here sits this big Hy-Vee truck in this parking lot of some local manufacturing company. So I think maybe you're being a little too quiet about some of those other things.
And you know what, and it's.
Kyle, when you're CEO, man.
We live in a multimedia environment. You've really got to use all those tools.
And it
And
is.
I agree with Stuart that little flyer, I don't look at it because I know it's all gonna be ads. But if somehow I started noticing that you were doing more than just the price point, I might look at it. But right now I don't.
Yeah, and honestly, when it comes to paper, we're getting a little bit out of the paper, okay? I mean, that's just naturally, I think everyone is getting a little bit further away from the paper and from the print. But we do definitely communicate a lot through social media. And so Facebook, and Instagram and all the other channels that I haven't subscribed to yet, they're there, right? And they're being used and they're, there are postings that are tagging Hy-Vee in them from our customers that are helping to tell that story, right? Social media itself helps really without a lot of cost, just word of mouth and all that is there as well.
Yeah, I wanna try to tie it back in, because I think first, like, marketing is a big sort of broad term, and promotions on social media are different from probably what most of what Hy-Vee's marketing budget is in. So before the 5G era, my previous experience for 6 or 7 years was points and payments, right? In mobile points and payments, and I did that all over the world, and including the United States. So we acquired Shopkick many, many years ago. It's really interesting. So this is why I keep bringing up the loyalty program and the mobile app. Like, if, you know, the largest mobile payments company in the world for forever, until Apple Pay basically blew up, was Starbucks. And they tied it into their loyalty rewards program, and so everybody had that cash, and they topped it up. And because people would top up their cash, that saves Starbucks a lot of money, especially in markets like the US where the card transaction fees are very high. And so when I keep tying into them, I keep asking about traceability and soil and all these things, like, what can we do if we build a smaller piece? If the vision is, you know, the regulations are gonna actually incentivize a new piece of the value chain to exist, which are these to have a more distributed value chain that's one tier below capital fruit, right? And then what's the incentive in that value chain to get it to the marketplace? So if there's a way to tie it in, where it's like you've got the traceability, you've got some sort of incentive to do these things that can be communicated to the customer, and all Hy-Vee has to do is turn on the perks and say, the way they educate, they don't even have to worry about, I gotta teach you something. They say, guess what? You get a 2% higher cashback return if you buy this like healthy salad. You know, and that's like the easiest argument Hy-Vee can make internally. You know, rather than trying to come up with promotions and deal with a subsidiary and all this stuff, the easiest thing to do is say, how do we tie it into the value chain? And then say like, hey, our supply chain here is this distributed, is more distributed, and we've got this great traceability, this great soil, this great produce, and you know, if you open up your Hy-Vee app, you know, you get this perk. Oh, and if you use cash instead of credit, you get an additional perk. Like that's the kind of, I think, the thing that would really move the needle. Yeah. I wanted to come check out a little bit too.
You know, we can, from what I've seen on the marketing side, again, I'm not directly involved with it, but we can turn that on and off for different items, right? So, I mean, it's just another, we've got a lot of tools in our tool belt, right? And that's one of the tools is, do we want to incentivize that? How can we incentivize it, or how can we promote it, market it?
Yeah.
You turn the needle up to 5 cents a gallon fuel saver for that type of commodity, right? And so that is definitely a way that it could be
incentivizing the homegrown program. You know, if you get to the point where you are getting some sort of metric from a farm, you know, like a soil health score.
Yeah.
And you have done the research to verify that yes, this indicates that the environmental benefits, the ecosystem services of this farm are, you know, are better because you know, you've got more carbon, you're sequestering more, you're infiltrating water, you're charging the groundwater, you're protecting the ecosystems for the other species that, you know, and so you've got this like feel-good effect for actually purchasing local. And so yes, it may be a few cents more than what its adjacent similar product was that was shipped in from far away, but you get that reward on the back end and it's almost like you build a partnership with your customers to protect the environment that you all dwell in.
And to that comment, I thought that would be great as well, and I haven't explored it a lot, but what I'm wondering is where's that answer at from a third-party scoring system that can be quick and easy to the customer, because we can't come up with that ourselves, or it's not credible, and we can't change the rules as we play the game, right? So, like, it has to be a predetermined scoring sheet.
You could come up with it yourself, but you need to get a third party to adopt it.
There you go. We have to stay fair, right? So what's that look like? And
Whole Foods came up with a scoring system many years ago when I was working with them directly to corporate, to the regional in the Midwest Center in Munster, Illinois. It was a good, better, best rating system.
Yeah.
And if you were a certified organic farmer, you got a whole lot of points.
Yeah.
And then there were all these different things that they looked at. They didn't look at the soil component, but compost was a part of it. And then the energy you used around the farm, we had wind and solar. So things like that gave us more points. And then the proximity of water on the land to where the crops were growing, where the compost was in proximity to the growing. So there was this whole scoring system. But it fell apart very quickly.
Yeah.
And it was like in a little banner at the point of purchase. So here was your product, your cucumbers, in a Whole Foods store, and then there was something right there. And so it needs to be something.
It needs to be tied into the loyalty program. I think because that loyalty promote, that marketing program is meaningful to the retailer, but it also helps them rationalize some of the costs of doing these things, right? And because it kicks in not just the price, but also the loyalty of the customer, so you know you can track how many customers are returning, what's their increased basket size, like all these things you can track when you have that loyalty, and then you can push people when there's a surplus or something, and there's all sorts of things, levers you can pull, and you can tap it into that loyalty and payment system.
The thing it didn't translate to.
So folks, what we're gonna do, this is a super important discussion, and what we wanna do is leave time to talk about our report outs from our big idea groups. Let's review that. Kyle and Brent, thank you. This is great.
So the Chicago market's saying we can buy 36 million tons of local produce, but it's not being produced. Hy-Vee has said we can buy all the local produce that can be produced in southeast Iowa. So our barrier is not the market. Our barrier of getting local produce to the market isn't that Hy-Vee's not running spiffs on local food. They need local food. How are we gonna produce the local food that they wanna buy?
Yeah.
Well,
What's
it's
the
at
barrier?
the price point, so that's the important part that we were thinking
So
of as well.
what price point is objectionable?
Right, that's what we would
Yeah,
need to
'cause-
determine, right? So it's not like, I mean, we're even talking about butternut squash at the prices you're talking about, which wouldn't cover his, bottom line. So it's potentially not, and this idea of contracting, which I guess was a question at the local store level, if I was to go in and talk to them, they can't contract, right, for a future, right? It's just what I have on hand. Is that right?
I've done meet the buyer
I
meetings
just wanna.
in Illinois and Michigan, and it always goes, I told Bob this would happen. It always comes down to the farmer says, you're not gonna pay me enough.
No, I wanted,
And the buyers are saying, well, you don't produce enough. And then no one wants to talk about what's preventing production of local produce from happening. So what's the barriers? It's not the price point.
yeah,
We've
we
not
can
talked
talk
about-
about that as well, in terms of like mentoring and getting started on that whole, like
But
how.
if you pay $275,000 for a John Deere tractor,
we
you don't say, well, corn is still $3.25 a bushel. You should come down and price on your John Deere tractor. Not to pick on John Deere, but I'm perfectly happy to.
$100,000 tractors. I'm wondering about labor, right? So I'm sure you talked about when I was gone, but isn't, like, you look at all the big vegetable growers, they all bring in lots and lots of labor, and it's kind of hard to do that on a small farm, and there's not produce that on around like there used to be.
You're assuming it's hard to do. Have you tried to do it?
Well, I grow a big garden, and yeah, I've come back because it's hard.
It's hard. I think there's enough real issues, though, to get to. There's enough real barriers in the market. Let's not imagine what they are. Before we even ask Hy-Vee what they're gonna pay us for something, we say you're not going to pay us enough. And they do the same thing in Michigan. It drives me nuts. It's like,
I want to challenge you, Ron, because this is a basic economic principle, right? If the price being paid for that squash goes from 50 cents to $1 to $1.50, at a certain point, the grower community is gonna go, I'm now in a position where I can do that profitably. Supply will go up.
Everybody jumps in.
Supply will go up. So So price to farmer is a very real barrier to getting Hy-Vee the volume they want.
No argument.
Okay, so when you asked what was the barrier, and I
What
would
is the
say
barrier?
price to the farmer is the first barrier.
But you don't know that it's a barrier because you don't know what the price is.
But I think you also missed that we did say the mentorship and helping us understand how at a farm level we could start on this road.
So one of the things that we talked about, one of the things I talked about in my presentation is that flat pricing has worked.
Yeah.
It's worked in Michigan, it's worked in Wisconsin, it's worked in Illinois, it will work in Iowa. Let me assure you, but let me tell you how it works. You take the highs and you average them with the lows, and that average price becomes the flat price. And then when that flat price is known, then you make the decision, can I produce butternut squash for that price? You can make that decision before you produce it. And so, unlike a corn grower, every corn grower this year produced 93 million acres of corn, knowing that corn was a lower price than what it was gonna cost them to produce it. So maybe we should just have corn growers do all the produce, because they're accustomed to producing a crop that's worth less than what it costs them to do.
I'll use that segue to introduce our big idea, which is that the corn grower is willing to do that because there's an entire system of subsidies behind the corn grower that cover their ass during those down years, right? So our big idea is really simple, and I got this from John Eichert, who many of you know. John just pointed out that we have the commodity ag system, the big ag system in Iowa that we have, directly as a result of the policies that were put in place by our friend Earl Butts way back in the late 50s, and the outcome is quite predictable. Now, in a similar way, the big idea here is like, imagine if we were sitting down with congresspeople and USDA representatives and Treasury Department officials and saying, how do we tune the dial for a policy that gives the equivalent to the produce and fruit and nut grower, small meat producers, so that in time as they adjust to these new incentives, we can now have a robust, balanced local food system. So I don't know who knows who the influence peddlers are in our state, local, state, and federal governments, but to me, that the only way we're gonna balance this equation between commodity big ag subsidized and small starving local food producers is policy.
So what changed when the risk management agency said, okay, now we're going to let produce growers and organic produce growers participate in revenue insurance?
Right.
So with revenue insurance, produce growers were given the same guarantee as corn growers.
How long ago was this?
I don't know, it's been implemented 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
2018.
Okay.
How many people are participating? Almost no produce growers.
First I heard of it.
Because they're still crying that they don't have the same policies as corn grower,
Okay.
but they have the same policies as corn grower. The catch is, you have to have a year's history.
But you also have, I feel like there's also like requirements for, you have to grow the same crops year in and year out, which produce farmers don't always do. And also that you said today that they should not do.
That's a good segue.
Right.
So,
That's that
I want to point out, it seems like there's a, like, a lot of people are thinking of it as like a CSA type farm. And then, but the possibility that Ron's talking about is, what if we just pick a couple crops and figure out how to grow them really efficiently at a lower price point?
And make money.
Yeah. What's the right solution? So then when, as a CSA guy, you've got 100 crops, so it's a lot of labor.
Yeah.
It's not optimized, it's not scaled.
A CSA can insure revenue.
And then,
Certainly for
it's a big
niche
model.
though, yeah.
If you
Starting with that one, but yeah.
If you collected 300,000 last year, and you don't collect it this year, you can have revenue insurance and get 85% of your cost. And it doesn't matter if it's weather, doesn't matter if it's a labor shortage issue, it wouldn't matter if you got kicked out of organics, but you were certified organic last year, and you got kicked out, you didn't get the same revenue because you couldn't go organic, you still get paid.
Is that a USDA insurance product?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we're going to quickly hear the other big ideas, then we'd like to run out with Troy and just do a little bit of a tour of the facility, so we know we'll come back here, we'll wrap up. This has been a fabulous meeting, it's just the very first step, and we'll decide, when we get back, we'll decide what our next steps need to be, okay?
Are we finishing the?
Yeah, let's finish the big ideas.
Big ideas, just
How about this, Tommy, Galen?
Tommy.
I feel like the big idea maybe that came out of our table earlier was that, like, we're kind of at a point here where we're talking about switching a lot of large food production to Iowa because of pressures happening in other parts of the country that say, oh, we wanna actually produce more of our food in the Midwest. But we'd actually, I mean, I think there's a risk, which is that we just transfer the same production tools that they're using in other parts of the country right now that are potentially exploiting labor, and the environment, and just moving those exact same production mechanisms to our farms in Iowa, which might be better than just growing corn and soybeans, but is it actually the food system that we wanna support here? And I think, from my perspective, and from, I think, a farm viability perspective, the right way to start scaling up production is not to go immediately and try and sell into like the largest possible buyer. Because when you do that, there's gonna be more and more middlemen and the farmer's gonna get less and less price. And so my thought is that the farmer needs to sell into, as direct into like the local grocery stores as they can. And I think that's where like the more localized warehouses can sell into just 5 or 6 Hy-Vee stores, but do that in different areas of the state. So that's my perspective, because I think that saves more of the price for the farmer to get the price that they need to survive and have some of those other values like ecology and paying their workers enough. Yeah, instead of spending all their money getting through 2 or 3 warehouses before it actually gets into the customer's hands.
Yeah, actually, when we sold Hy-Vee corporate, and we stopped selling to the stores, which I thought it was gonna be an either or, that's what I was told. But in fact, we could continue to do both. And the produce managers that we sold to, I said, well, our cucumbers are coming from corporate now, and they said, oh, no, we want them direct from you.
Okay, so, we're gonna parking lot that, the next big idea from this table.
He left and she left.
Yeah.
We were just wondering what happened to her.
Okay, come on,
I'm
Ted,
not the spokesperson,
come
but
back.
I just got called back into grandma duty in Des Moines, so. We were talking about soil quality and being able to measure all that and being able to, for consumers to be able to readily distinguish between high quality food, more nutrient dense food, and contaminants. Hopefully down the road, hopefully not that long, there may be some technology that could be an app in your phone to be able to accomplish that. But one of the other ideas I wanted to, I was just talking to Ron about, I don't live down here, but I believe it could, you said it in your introduction. What about distinguishing a brand down here of quality, organic, something that is exceptional, and see if something like that would be palatable or value add for Hy-Vee or other companies, but really create something special down here as far as quality, nutrient density, and clean food.
I like that, Carol.
Sorry, I have to leave, but thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, one more big idea, then we gotta go, because Troy's got a meeting at 3.
Yeah, ours is that 5 years, how do you transition a standard broadacre corn and bean into high value produce production ground? So building a model where that is quickly accessible and incorporating animals in quick, very skillful, very astute rotations, using a model that is kind of more like a cooperative model where you're not actually expecting that farmer to have the skill base to learn a whole nother trade, a whole nother skill to manage that. You have that as a service that's offered by the cooperative, by the hub, it's a transition program. So you've got a farmer that comes through with grass-fed, grass-finished, really, resilient breeds coming in. Whatever needs to come first, you assess the land, figure out what needs to come first, bring it, whether it's a diversified cover crop mix, then you go into a pasture mix, then you bring in the grazing animals, then you transition into another, easy kind of butternut squash, whatever it is, and then you get them set up for that high production opportunity, but you walk them through it in a mentoring type of way with services through the cooperative.
Yeah, hey, Faith, doesn't PFI effectively do that?
No.
No.
Okay.
They facilitate and help train growers, but they don't, train them necessarily on one type of growing.
This is a cohort of people that are starting out, beginning farmers.
So that sounded like a really good business plan for PFI.
Okay, so, good. Mary Ellen has one comment, then we're gonna run out, and then
I just want to
everyone can come
remind
back.
us that, to me, all these big ideas, we need to remind ourselves, I think, why we're here. Because we haven't really collectively answered that why question. Why is this even important? Why are we spending our day here worrying about this? Our big issue is food insecurity.
That's right, food security.
The future of our food is no longer secure, globally, even in this country. So to me, that should be part of our bigger message. Yes, because otherwise, what's the end product here? So I think addresses some of your concerns is about, yes, we need more growers, but why do we need more growers? I mean, I can go to the store and buy everything I need right now. But in 10 years, I'm not sure that's gonna be true.
I think that's a question, thing for all of us, where to go from here and how to take the next steps. I'm open to, in the last few minutes, just thinking through some steps that the group here that's left can imagine that we can take right now to see if we can create a 2025 growing season. So who has anything to add?
I would just say, and toss this out to Capital City and Hy-Vee, a schedule of high demand items with flat price quotes so that our grower community can go back to the drawing board and see if they can deliver.
So we have a calendar that'll show by month, by item. It's 5 pages, probably, 30, 40 items maybe.
Okay.
And it'll tell you what month they're, heavier and when they start coming off. That's a really good tool. It's not 100% accurate due to Mother Nature, but it's pretty close. We also, I don't remember, somebody mentioned an average, but we look at 3 and sometimes 5-year price averages as well to look at things like that. So if I can, I will try to provide average prices over the last few years. We try to take out, like 2020, we take it out. But, in the normal market years, we do an average as well when we do contracts because there's nothing else we can pull from. But if I can do that over the last 3 years, what each item we were paying in a range maybe, if it wasn't a contract rate, it'd be a range. If I can do that and there's no, reason I can see now, but if the owner tells me for some reason I can't, but otherwise I should be okay providing something like that. And then also, I don't know where she went, but I'll try to find the local growers, at least the cities that we're in now, as much as I can and give you an idea. There's not a lot in Iowa, so if we're pulling from different regions, I'll just try to put, some of the main areas in the Minnesota, Wisconsin, Missouri, Illinois, Nebraska. We get a lot of local grown watermelon out of Nebraska too, that Hy-Vee owns. They buy almost all of it from us. We could probably use more of that.
Do you guys have different prices for quality, like different grades of size and blemishes?
We rarely reject anything at our facility, and we pay for the whole shipment. We don't, your product has to meet a certain spec no matter what.
Yeah.
So there is no reason to pay you, it's not gonna be paid, it's really exceptional. You don't want me paying you less than, it'll be more consistent. But there are some key items. Labor, H2A programs, if you scale up that high, a lot of growers will have these programs in place, and they're not horribly difficult, as we were trying to say. They do this, they have the same people coming up every year, they go back home, and they love coming up. There's certain rules, you have to provide them housing and some things, you know, that you're gonna do anyway, probably. But there are ways, if you really wanted to scale into, you know, produce of 30, 40, 100, 200 acres, 500 acres, you can scale your labor with people that wanna come. And they make more money here, and they send it back home, or they go back home, and then they're good, you know,
Yeah.
just the way it works.
And so there's a non-abusive way of using that H2A
Yes.
labor that we could feel comfortable.
And it's legal.
It's legal, it's not perfect. There are some challenges I've heard over the 9 years I've been in this business, but it's, you know, I think there's some focus on improving the whole, the farm bill, the H2A program especially, they're trying to improve that.
They're looking to make it more
Yeah.
flexible, yeah.
Right.
Brent, I have a question about product that Jeff brought up. So number one, but number twos that you could use for processing, you could also accept.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we buy the whole,
We buy the whole
piece and we buy the whole crop.
Oh, you buy the whole crop and then you sort it?
Right. We sort it, you don't have to sort, you just put in a,
Oh,
well, I shouldn't say that. You actually will have to sort, but we can buy the whole thing.
exactly,
We pack,
So
exactly.
we
So
can
we
figure
sort
out,
one and two.
yes,
and whether we use the collapsible totes or whatever.
yeah.
Thank you very much. So, Kyle, from your side, I know that you're food safety, you're not actually in this arena, but can we get an equivalent kind of levelized pricing, you know, can we understand? 'Cause my sense is that the big rate limiting step is the question, can I, as a farmer, make money doing this? And then we have people like Ron and a lot of Savannah. I mean, you're the business viability person for PFI. We don't lack technical expertise nor technical assistance, I think, to help people actually grow at a level and really understand before we ever get into it whether it's gonna be successful or not. I mean, we can't guarantee anything, but I think we can de-risk the thing to the point where it becomes something attractive. At least that is my belief, you know, maybe an untutored belief, it's my belief. So from your perspective, Kyle, what do you think Hy-Vee can do to kind of solidify the demand side so we can start working on the supply side?
Well, kind of like I said earlier, I think we've got that gap between real local and then, you know, wholesale or distribution, right? So that's where I think Capital City is an important partner in this venture, but, you know, from a retail pricing standpoint, I think our answer's out there in the store, right? Like, because if we're going direct to store or we're going hyper local, then you can see the price point of the competition, and that, you know, we kind of had this discussion a little bit, but I think that's where we need to be, right? Like, there's a certain percentage over that price point that you're selling against, you know, that the customer's going to back away from the product, and it depends on the market you're in when that decision's made. You know, I think you're gonna have more palatability in West Des Moines for a higher retail price on a local grown product than you will in a small rural community where maybe that isn't as valuable to that customer, right? So the closer we can keep that price together, the more likely it is to succeed. If the price is neutral, they're always probably going to choose the local option, is my opinion, and I think what some of the research shows. So how close to that match can we get? Because that's a win-win for all parties.
So it's closer than 50% margin, or like?
That's what I was wondering, is there a ballpark, like, we walk in the store, but then what's the margin on it, like, what's?
Yeah, and I don't have that answer, it's not my, it's not my area, but I think that changes by store too, you know, they want to see that local succeed, and that's where that conversation with the produce department has to take place. The stores are given a lot of autonomy there, especially with local, and so local matters. They should be able to give you the better opportunity to be there in that space, right? So that's why it's important for that discussion to happen, that partnership to start to form, and talk early about these commodities that we're looking at. What is it that you're able to offer? What price point can they come at? more directly with you, right? So,
So generally the margin is you wholesale for, let's say, $1 a pound, and Hy-Vee or another brick and mortar grocery store marks it up 10%. So it's a $2 net price point to the consumer.
So, okay, so, any other thoughts? Because I have a thought. John, here's my thought. Let's see if we can work with Cap City to get, Brent, to get you that list. And we've got this incredibly phenomenal guide that Ron created. We'll start doing the research with Hy-Vee. If you can show us, Brent, what Cap City can buy, then maybe we do the same thing with Hy-Vee at the store level. We're not gonna be at the, I think we're either at the store level now or at Cap City level. So to make it relatively simple, unless there's a big discrepancy between what both of your entities want, maybe we could kind of levelize the thing out, say, okay, we're gonna focus on these 6 crops or these 10 crops. Once we get that, then I think we can self-organize with the people who are here and some of the people who left to start looking at what would it take and work with Ron. What would it take to get people to sign up and say, yeah, I'd like to do it, and then figure out, there's a lot of logistics there, but I think that once we find out what we can sell and what these folks will buy, then we go to look at the supply side and we look at organizing production of that. Then we start looking at, is it renting a little space here, or is it just having Cap City drop a refrigerated trailer, on the site here? What is the minimum viable system that we can set up in order to stand something up that means that is non-trivial for this next season? That's what I've gotten out of it.
I would agree, and I think with every new product or every new customer we take on, we have a process in place, and there's always a trial in first. With Hy-Vee, we went into producing local strawberries during the winter. I had a Pella with, what's his name?
grower down there?
Yes, the greenhouse grower. I can't remember his name. He sold out. Anyway, we did that, but we trialed it in 10 stores first. Let's do a trial, maybe in 2025, it's a trial. And we start with a trailer or something and see if it's even viable with the high products that we know we can all sell and they're easier to grow maybe. There's not as much risk. There is gonna be risk. Maybe it's just an experiment the first year. Be willing to win or lose, In our experience, the strawberries, they never made money. So, and we couldn't get them to scale because of the varieties, and we were not necessarily the best strawberry farmers. We learned a lot, and they were the best tasting strawberries ever, but we couldn't scale it, so we had to stop it. Dion, that's what it is. But anyway, maybe that's what you do. We do a trial with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items that you're comfortable. Maybe everyone picks an item.
Yeah.
I don't know. But there are certain items that are more volume, more volume during the summer, during local season than others. And they're probably gonna be almost identical for Hy-Vee, same items. So I'll take a look, see what our top local items or items are during that time. Like I said earlier, during local, 90+% of our stuff, 95% of our stuff going to all customers is local. And that local is not just, that's like Midwest to me. It's not hyper local, that won't work for us. That's where you go to your store. You're gonna, if you can deliver and take the time and the energy of the logistics and the process and selling to Hy-Vee, I think they do it differently at the stores. Doing it through corporate is much more involved. At the store level, I think they can do it a little easier with you. So just depends on what you wanna get involved in. But maybe a trial is what your goal is for 2025. And then maybe you kill it. If it doesn't work, everybody goes, you know what?
Okay, we
Didn't
tried.
work. And then again,
New commodity,
yeah, and then maybe the next year you go, you know what? That wasn't so bad. I didn't, lose everything.
Sure, yeah. Right. Okay, good. So that's a path. We'll figure out the half a dozen, 5, whatever crops you guys decide, you know, what will work for both, so we can only, don't have to think about 5 or 6. And then we will start organizing the production side of the thing. Once we get the scale, because maybe we have a lot of people say, yeah, I'd like to try that. And all of a sudden, we've got more scale, so we'll size the system in the middle just exactly right as we can for that scale. Then the other thing is, I'd like, Ron, for you to talk to us for just a moment before we break about the whole idea of maximizing the production of each acre rather than trying to scale to more acres. That really made sense to me, and I think it'll make sense to a lot of the people here, because I think that's our orientation. How do we actually go deep into each acre and extract the greatest value rather than simply trying to aggregate more acres?
Yeah, so the subject came up last night at dinner, actually, over fried chicken. You know, we scaled up corn and soybeans, and I think we've hit the maximum scale we can be at. And some of the larger operations are crumbling because of scale. But we scaled it up and it didn't work. So after we scaled it as far as we have, we're not making any more money. Corn isn't a better price. Profitability per acre isn't any better. So scale didn't work. So if we look at produce and we start making money with produce, how do we look at every acre of our land differently as 43,560 square feet that we own or rent, that we steward, and every year this asset becomes more valuable. In other words, we increase its resilience. Mary Ellen brought up food sovereignty. Food sovereignty is our ability to feed ourselves. And so in Europe, Germany, Italy, Switzerland has 40% of the land base to feed 100% of their people. They're 60% dependent on foreign shores feeding them. In the United States, we are dependent on foreign shores feeding us while we have an abundance of land to produce our own food. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. Scale doesn't solve problems. So what about scope? Let's look at every acre. What's the maximum amount of scope? Can we increase organic matter, increase water holding capacity? Can we increase productivity of that land? Is that land more resilient to climate change? Can we grow a crop that's deep rooted and sell it at a fair price and pull up nutrients, mine our own farm for nutrients at the same time, lowering our input cost? Can we then come back and rotate a crop? And we were talking about grain. It's like, I like oats. Oats has a limited market. Hard red wheat has a market because local bakeries have reemerged. And so a farm can service a local bakery. And if you're servicing a local bakery, you don't need 500 acres of wheat. You might need 5 acres of wheat or 10 acres of wheat. And so look at that acre that you grew the butternut squash on, take the squash off, put winter wheat on it, harvest the wheat crop the next year, have a cover crop on it, get your nutrients down. And so the next year, maybe we plant a brassica that we plant in late March in this part of the world. And we're harvesting that in mid-June. And then we come back with another crop and we sequentially plant. We take 2 crops off. And we take off 2 crops that are complementary to each other. So we plant, in our CSA, we plant sugar snap and mainly sugar snap peas because the kids love them. And then when the sugar snap peas come off, we plant broccoli because our best fall broccoli always comes off where we had peas earlier in the season. So we have 2 crops. We have 2 incomes off the same acre. And then we put a cover crop on and we start building that soil for next year. We make all of our own compost. Online, you can get the recipes for Vermont compost now. You can make your own Vermont compost. People pay a fortune for Vermont compost. You can make it, sell it to your neighbors. We should be selling seeds. You know, all of your brassicas go to seeds. You can save those seeds. You can reuse them. You can sell them. We used to sell seeds. When we do a whole system farm plan, we have a minimum requirement that a farm have 20 revenue streams. They're not all corn and beans. Some of them maybe in a 10-year rotation, You know, the USDA calls hybrid poplars a short rotation woody crop. You harvest them every 10 years. That's a short rotation. So in the East Coast, they pay $300 a poplar tree in 10 years. And the number you can plant, you can make far more growing poplar trees on the East Coast. In Iowa, the lumber people will not buy hybrid poplars. So it's not an opportunity. But how do you look at that acre that you're gonna rotate it with different revenue streams and that have different labor needs and have different timeframes? So like where you're planting the garlic, you plant it in the fall, you harvest it in July. In July, you're not harvesting a lot of other things. None of your long season crops have come in, your early season crops are already gone. So that's the discussion of how do we look at our farm differently? How do we look at the land that we rent differently? I know a farmer that's running an 800-member CSA, he rents 16 acres of farmland. He pays his rent on 16 acres, that's his only land cost, it's not much. He's generating about $500,000 of revenue a year. He has all worker shares, he has no labor cost, he has no additional insurance cost. He's making a little money. But we've lost intensive somehow as we've looked at scale. And one of the things that we do right away when we start talking about small grains was, well, can we go to scale and satisfy the market? No, let's make the market that will fit with what our production area is. So that's it, Bob.
One note you just made me think of is, so I come from the dairy industry, like in Wisconsin where I was growing up. Every quarter mile, there was a dairy farm, 30, 40 cows, right? It was before the crisis in the 80s. After the crisis, there's a farm every mile, 2 miles, and now the cows are 500 to 2,000, 5,000 cow farms, right? So which farms survived? The ones that were the best businessmen. It wasn't about farming, it was about making the right business decisions. So we, this group, probably, it's important that we help with our business and that we facilitate a lot of things.
So in Wisconsin, when I look for produce growers, I say, where's the guy that used to dairy? The guy that used to dairy, he knows about food safety, he knows about requirements.
Hard work.
Say,
and probably have some smaller fields, so there aren't so big.
They got tons of dairymen around and they grow vegetables like crazy. And it's like, here's what you have to do for Gavin. It's like, that's all I have to do?
That's all I have to do.
Thanks, Ben. Hi, thank you, Ron, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
It's an awesome day.
Kyle, one thing I
Right,
wanted to add on to what you said, and I appreciate you picking up on soil health. I think we've been doing soil health tests across multiple states, and we thought we had to do a soil health test on every field. And we found out something that we weren't looking for, and that is the soil test health didn't vary by field, it varies by farmer. And the health of the soil is more an indication of the operator than it is the soil.
On that beautiful point, thank you. A round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much. Jill, thank you for being with us.